And this crowd is ready for a ball game. We're just outside of Buffalo in Orchard Park, New York. Here's Tyler Bass to get this one started. And we're off and running from Western New York. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Allen setting up play action. He's got Khalil Shakir. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a gain of 27 yards, so no chance. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. First down of the game for James Cook. And he gets absolutely popped to end that one. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. Let's come in here, Allen. Isn't moving out. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
All right, first sack on the board on the first drive as a defense. And now, well, now we let the chess match begin. The adjustments begin because we know pressure leads to sacks. And sacks in this league often leads to wins.
Escapes the pocket. And they crush him right near the marker. It looks close, but yeah, Brock, I think he safely got that first down before the hit.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for a QB to inspire the guys around him, calling his own number, carrying his teammates to a first down on that big run. That inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
Throwing now on first down, Allen. He's on the move. And a massive hit at the end of that play. Oh, baby. But he hangs on through it. Still able to get that first down. Working inside the red zone. This time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And a big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
And look at that. All that effort and success from the previous play, it is gone. Credit to this defense who snapped and cleared. That's part of this game. You got to snap and clear. Give up a big play, come back and make a big one for yourself. And they do get home that sack.
Forced that to his right. He takes it himself. And he'll have a small 4-yard chunk there. That play cleaned up by Matt Milano.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB clock, you know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm. Especially in a situation like that. It's a good thing you woke up to it. Able to make something out of nothing and at least keep them moving forward.
It's tipped away. He's going to hit the ground incomplete. Defender winning that rep. That brings up 4th down.
I think it's safe to say that without that ball being tipped, we are looking at a big game. It's a missed opportunity to push that offense, but an even better play defensively to deny the throw.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. They'll go. Allen. And he's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. The Bills finish up an excellent opening series. Bass gets the extra point to go. The Bills will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Kick this away. And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Allen taken right to the air. He's got this complete to James Cook. And they'll take him down at the 43-yard line. So So we're through one quarter of this AFC East contest. Neither side separating much so far. We'll return to Highmark Stadium in just a moment. We're back for the second quarter. Bills in possession of the football. They'll try to attack this deficit starting with 1st and 10. And he'll scurry forward for a pickup of 3.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Has him on the quick hitter. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. It's a pickup of 11. And that's good for a Bills first down. Here's Allen. Pass into the hands of Dalton Kincaid. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. The big play nets him 17 yards. And that's good for a Bills first down. Cook trying this one up the gut. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
All right, here we go. Second down. Play action now with Allen. Pass is caught. And he takes it into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. The Bills finish off their opening drive. Dalton Kincaid with the touchdown. Tyler Bass on now for the extra point. And he does not tie this game. His extra point's off. They remain down by 1. Now probably still mentally kicking himself after that missed point after. He can take a little frustration out here as he kicks this away. And no return as this bounces through the end zone for a touchback. Allen on the play action. Escapes out to the left. He's keeping it.
You know, once a play breaks down, you're just looking for a running lane, and then you're looking for that first down marker. He found one of the two, but the defense and that effort swarming after him, well, it denies the first down.
Second down now, 7 to go. Pressure coming, it's Allen. Buys time, rolling right. Connection made to Coleman. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
Timing on routes change when you leave the pocket. It really does become, well, the schoolyard. And you got to scramble around. What a great adjustment to still deliver a clean ball.
Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he'll go out of bounds. Big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up. And they'll throw this instead, trying to catch him off guard. And they aren't fooled by that fake spike. They kept charging and got there to take him down.
Yeah, this is one of the occasions, Kate, where this defense got to just keep chopping wood. Keep chopping wood. I know they're a little more careful about actually having axes in locker rooms anymore after injuries, but the mantra is the same. You can't look at the scoreboard nor worry about what your offense is doing. You got to keep punishing your opponent.
Third and long, it's Allen. He lets one fly deep downfield. A disaster averted. He knocks away the deep ball, incomplete. Well, no luck on his first look of the game, and they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long.
How many times do defenders hear from their coaches, read and react, read and react? You got to read where the quarterback's eyes are going, and then more importantly, you got to react as he begins to throw and knock that ball away. Well, once you get out beyond 50 yards, everything in the process has got to be perfect. It's a good effort, but it's going to wind up off the mark.
All right, excellent field position for the Bills as they set up 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Allen. Pass complete to Cook. And they'll have it a little shy of the 40 as he goes out.
I know that completion doesn't move the chains, but I love it nonetheless. You make sure that defense is aware of every eligible player going out, and this time it was out of the backfield with the running back that shows he's adept at catching it as well.
Let's see what they want to do here, partner. It's 2nd and inches. Play action now, Allen. Makes the grab in bounds left side. And he takes it into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. The Bills take the lead just before halftime. Dalton Kincaid with a touchdown. His 2nd scoring catch of the game. You love seeing a tight end get the chance to show off those wheels, right? And in the best of cases, he could rumble the whole way home.
Kate, think of getting somebody with that type of mass rolling at full speed. Who's really going to want to stand in the way, wants to stop him anyhow? The answer, nobody.
And now the Bills offense staying out. They're going to go for 2. Now Allen off the play action. And he won't get away. They bring him down. The sack prevents the coming. Bass now to kick this away. Ty Johnson now to return. And he'll break the 15, but not get much further. Tough field position to start this one out. And the play clock hits 0. This is going to be delay a game. Can't get the play off in time, and I'm going to wager the call is going to come in much quicker, Brock, for this next snap. They don't get this snapped in time. This is going to back them up. A little slow to operate the offense, and they're going to back it up as a result of that penalty.
That's an easy 3.
Well, we need these 3 points.
This is a gimme. Take it, guys. Give us some time.
are about 15 miles north of downtown Miami. This is Hard Rock Stadium here in South Florida. The kicker, Tyler Bass, has us ready to start. Off we go from South Florida. Here he is, Tyreek Hill back to return. Oh, he's got room past the 30. Terrific return. He's taken down just shy of midfield. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. The lefty right to the air to start. He's going to air one out right away. That ball broken up. It is incomplete. They tried the shot on 1st down. Couldn't connect. It'll bring up 2nd down.
He's trying to set the tone here for the rest of the game and let this defense know there is not a blade of grass on this field that you don't have to defend, because he reared back and he let that one eat. And he's got to work a little bit on his touch, a little bit on his accuracy, but I don't think he needs to work on his arm strength.
Here's 2 and out on 2nd down. He'll get this complete. That's Anthony Schwartz. Trying to avoid the early 3 and out. They face 3rd and a yard. And that is incomplete.
We're starting to see a lot of this on 3rd down, Mike, where they're going to rely on the run after catch to pick up these 3rd down conversions. You know what that depends on? You have to actually complete the ball, and in this case, it falls incomplete, brings up 4th down.
What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. They snap it to Tua. That is incomplete. They took a chance throwing it on 4th and short, but not to be. And they'll turn it over on downs.
So the offense found themselves in a little bit of no man's land. They were too far for a field goal attempt, but too close to attempt a punt. So they decided to be aggressive early and go for it on 4th down. But it was the defense that turned them away with a huge stop to start this game.
Throwing right away is Allen. That's taken in. It's James Cook. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. Here's 2nd and 2. They'll run with a man who went to high school nearby, Miami Central. It's James Cook. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
This is how you draw up your opening possession when you're on the road. The longer the drive goes, the quieter the crowd gets. Continue to mix in that run game. Let's see if they can finish off by putting this ball in the end zone.
Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Allen. That's brought in by the tight end, Knox.
The drag route. We used to say this is day 1 install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run after catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains.
He'll take this for a couple, but the official signal, he has enough. 1st down.
It's possible they could have tried to be a little bit more aggressive on 2nd down, knowing they had 3rd and inches in their back pocket. But I don't think anyone's going to complain. Pick up the 1st down, extend the drive, see if you can go score.
Now throw on him. He's down for the catch, and the ball comes free. It's picked up by the Dolphins.
Mike, we hear that term run after catch so often, and sometimes people miss that there's kind of a middle phase. There's the catch, but before it turns into a run, you have to secure the ball as a ball carrier, right? It needs to be put away, properly held, points of pressure, front tip up against your body. All of that is kind of taken for granted. Catching it is just step 1. You've got to secure the ball before you become a runner.
On play action, it's Tagovailoa. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
I got high standards for offensive players, but in this case, Mike, I think I'm giving all the credit to the defender. He timed that one up perfectly, and what could have been an easy play ends up as an incomplete.
Tua now on third down. He's going to look deep for Tyreek. And he will take this one in. 83 yards. Touchdown, Miami. The extra point by Sanders is good. And the Dolphins will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. He fields it at the 8. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's Allen. That's into the hands of Coleman. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. From the gun, it's Allen. And that is incomplete. Took a shot here at the end of the quarter, but it comes up incomplete. Here now, 3rd and 5. From the gun, Josh Allen. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. They'll indeed go for it with Allen. Over the middle and take it in. He's got it. And he's got the 1st down. Well done there as they pick up a 4th and 5. Again, it's Allen to the air. He'll find his running back, Cook. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Allen going to give it to Cook. Good running there. Getting close to midfield. Let's mark him there. And a 1st down. Now it's Allen. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Allen working from the pistol. Going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Play action. It's Allen. That one caught. It's Knox, the tight end. That's his 3rd catch of this 1st half and good enough for a 1st down.
3rd downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of.
James Cook finding space at the 15. The speed on display. He's in. James Cook. Touchdown, Buffalo. Tyler Bass now for the extra point. It's up and good. And the Bills will level things out at 7 apiece. We're all tied, 7 apiece. And the kick's away. Tyreek now to return it. Now an opening past the 30. A very good field position to start as the return is past the 40. Back to go now on 1st and 10.
Go ahead. Watch it, Oscar.
A shotgun snap to Tua. That's caught downfield. First pick for him on the afternoon, and it results in a first down. From the gun, here's Tua. He'll take a shot here for the end zone. That is going to be called in. He's got it. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown, Miami. That's his second touchdown so far here in the first half. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Johnson now to return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. We'll go play action here with Allen. Open man downfield, it's Kincaid. That's a gain of 19 and a very quick first down. To throw. And as he threw it, the pass is incomplete.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least, it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta-have-it best play call.
They're locked in on this drive. Second connection for that pair. This one gaining 22. Allen going to throw again. To the left side and taken in by Coleman. He's going to be marked down at the 12-yard line. The Bills going to use the first of their timeouts. And they'll stop it just over a minute remaining in this first half. To throw again, it's Allen. He bought as much time as he could, but he will finally be taken down.
And that's a big time play. I felt like they really needed it, Mike. That was a drive where the offense seemed to be in complete control. Anytime on the defense where you find yourself on your heels, you're giving up big plays, you're giving up fresh set of downs.
And he's in! Josh Allen. Touchdown, Bills. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs could be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him, and in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. Tyreek now to return it. And the kicking team right there, stopping him before he can get to the 15-yard line.
Solo left Zion. Ready. Put that ball down the field.
Now a first down throw for Tua. A gain of 11 there. And a first down.
We've really seen both teams have a lot of success moving the ball throughout this entire first half, and just seems this possession is going to be more of the same as they start this drive.
chewing it on first down. Sending it deep for Waddle. That is brought in. And they're not going to catch up to him. He will score. 75 yards. Touchdown, Miami.
That is just a complete disaster. I mean, we're in the final seconds of the first half, Mike, and you give up a huge explosive play that results in a touchdown. No matter what you've done all half, it completely changes the game.
Just 1 second remaining in this first half, and they will kick it away. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play.
No son nadie. Para esos güeyes.
Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. I think we're going to play a big role in who wins this one. Third quarter set to commence. And we're back underway here on EA Sports. Oh, nice return, but he takes a big shot at the end of it. Now Allen on first down. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. From the shotgun, it's Allen. He's looking deep for Shaquille. And that is incomplete.
The biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. And sometimes he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. The question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out?
12 yards on that hookup. First down, Buffalo. One more time going up top with Allen. It's to the right side, but it's going to wind up incomplete. Trying to find Ray Davis out of the backfield. And it'll bring up second down.
I think you just rush that decision just a little bit downfield. I mean, it's one thing to trust your guy to make a play in tight coverage, but I think if he was a little bit more patient in his progression, there was an easier throw out there that wouldn't make him have to throw such a tight window ball and put his receiver in a tight spot.
James Cook, the intended target. Now it's going to be third down.
Sometimes it's those footsteps. I don't care how long you've been playing or at what level you've been playing at, and that defender's bearing down. You really get a good idea of what guys are willing to go through contact to secure a catch, and in this case, what guys will end it.
13 yards on the catch there. Good for a Bills first down.
And this is what modern-day running back looks like in the NFL. They want to be able to activate these players in the passing game, no different than they do with the tight ends and the wide receivers. When you look out there and you have a mismatch, you have a linebacker or a safety on your running back, he's expected to win, and that's exactly what he did here.
Space getting tight here, down to the 13-yard line. They work first and 10. Throwing again, it's Allen. That'll be intercepted. Oh, big hole, left side. Still on the move. And he's going to bring this one
From the home of the Bills since way back in 1973, there's a look at Highmark Stadium just outside of Buffalo, New York. And we are underway in Buffalo. And he's going to be out of bounds here right at the 20-yard line. On the ground, this is Devon Achane. And he'll hope that this is not a sign of what's in store as he has to fight just to get back to the line of scrimmage. That's who is going to change things up. Right back to Achane on second down.
And he's able to get this one up to his 30 before he's out of bounds. 9 yards on the pickup there as they'll be left with 3rd and 1.
Okay, he didn't break that one all the way, but you got to know that he feels like he's right on the verge, and that's probably exactly what he's telling him in the huddle right now.
Just play number 3 here on the opening drive, and it's an early 3rd and 1.
They'll run for it with Achane.
Boy, no chance as he was met and dropped behind the line there. So still a scoreless game in the first, but they're going to go for this thing on their own side of the field on 4th down. They're going for it. Here's Tua with it. Oh, his first throw of the game going to be intercepted. And his guys are going to take over at the 34-yard line.
There should be no returning to pick 6. That's about the starting defense in this one because you're getting the just go out. And this should just defend the zone. Now you're counting on your defense to prevent a touchdown. And you're off.
Come on, no!
So about swinging on the next series.
Now a first carry for the brother of Dalvin. It's James Cook. And he put up a good fight, but he's going to be taken down behind the line of scrimmage.
We knew both of these safeties were good in run support, but how about the play we just saw there? How about that closing speed? Able to get to the outside part of the field and turn that play into a loss.
Now Allen. Flushed out right.
Got it complete to Khalil Shakir.
And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. 14 yards, and the Bills will get a new set of downs.
Well, Charles, did it seem like to you that maybe they were a little worried about his running prowess there? Because everybody kind of froze when he got outside the pocket, and they were able to throw it for the first down.
Absolutely, and you work all week getting ready for a game, and you know that the potential is there for him to run it, but you better take care of those receivers downfield. They can hurt you first.
Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9.
Here's Cook again.
A minimal gain as we tick down inside of a minute remaining in the opening quarter.
Here comes 3rd down and 7.
Throwing now is Allen.
Has his man, it's Shakir. And he is going to have a Bills first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
No score after 1 on EA Sports. Second quarter now in Buffalo. It's the Bills in control of the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Left side, Cook. And the reinforcements come in as they're going to stop him behind the line. Big Calais Campbell fighting through to make the play in the backfield.
The short field shrinks even more with the type of bodies they brought in on that play. Those extra tight ends, they weren't able to secure their blocks, and that one ended up going backwards.
They'll have to deal with a 2nd and 14 now after the loss. Allen off the play fake. Being chased out left. And that is going to be incomplete as he led him a bit too much.
That was an interesting look there because as soon as he got outside the pocket, I thought he was going to take off and run for yardage. But what often happens now with these quarterbacks who can move, defenses want to try and keep bodies in front of them, and I think that discouraged him from taking off and made him try a pass downfield that fell incomplete.
And no sidestepping that hit. He's going to be brought down hard, and it also sets up 4th down.
An ex-teammate used to tell me all the time, I hate experienced quarterbacks because no matter what, you really can't hide what you're doing. And I think that right there, he knew right away where the blitz was coming from, where his primary guy was going to be, and he ended up going to a secondary target for a nice game.
I was just going to ask you, that wasn't the primary target. He's so good at that, isn't he?
I think he knew right away that he wasn't going to get to his primary guy. I think he read that as soon as he got to the line of scrimmage, knew where the pressure was going to come.
And Cook will get in for a Bills touchdown. Taking it in from 7 yards away. And the Bills post the first points of the ball game as they take the lead here in this 2nd quarter. Tyler Bass on for the extra point attempt. And it's 7-0 Buffalo. After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And running with power here. And he's going to be stopped cold. Good coverage there by the kick team to bring that return to an abrupt halt. The Dolphins at the line ready for their next drive. They threw an interception the first time they had the football, wound up leading to a touchdown the other way. How do you approach drive number 2?
Going back to your game plan coming in, everyone has matchups that they like better than others, where they think they have an advantage. Dial up some of those plays. Try and go to those spots and get your offense moving.
Short throw to Smith. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. The catch and run there, good for 16 and a first. Going to the air, Tagovailoa. They'll swing this out wide. Here's Achane. And he'll be taken down at the 44-yard line. 2nd down in the yard. Looking to pass. Tua. Short throw to Smith. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. 17 yards on the catch and run. It's a first down.
And it's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid gain at any moment. Once he caught that ball, he ID'd where the open grass was and got there in a hurry to pick up a new set of downs for his offense.
He's going to go down here and sack. They push him back to the 34. That's Dorian Williams who got there for the sack. Defensively, the Cardinals playing a pretty good chunky yards, but right there, they got a good portion of it right back.
And if we just flip it around from the offensive perspective, took a nice step forward, and how about a couple of leaps backwards after that play? They've got to figure out a big call coming up here to try and gain that yardage back.
Forced out to his left. Airs it out toward the corner of the end zone.
I know conventional wisdom says, hey, don't get it all back in one play. But sometimes you go ahead and try to. They tried to get it all back on that one. Weren't able to do so.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. And going deep for Hill. And that is caught. Touchdown, Miami. Tyreek Hill, 34 yards. And the Dolphins are on the board here in the final minute of the first half. And he clanks it off the right upright. And it's no good. So with the missed PAT in his rearview mirror, he goes back out to kick this one off.
Well, not one you see often there as he fails to keep it between the sidelines, and that is a penalty every time, and going to give this offense better field position.
And it's every kickoff guy's nightmare, isn't it? Because you don't see yourself doing this, and most of the time you don't. It's absolutely a miss hit, and now your team pays the price. Bad field position for your defense.
Now the Bills are going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 27 seconds remaining here in the second quarter.
Just need a yard here, 2nd and 1.
On play action, Allen. And his throw is incomplete. They tried to throw on 2nd down, unsuccessful. Now it's 3rd and 1. They'll run it. Here's Cook. And he's got enough for the first across midfield to the 48. Now the Bills will use the second of their timeouts.
So as they talk it over, we step aside.
Now Allen. Escaping the pressure right. Give him a couple on the scramble. It's 2nd down.
I think the defense surprised him there with that blitz on 1st down, but give him credit. Stayed cool under pressure and still found a way through the extra rushers for positive yardage. Well done.
Here's a 2nd and 8.
To the air, Allen. Incomplete, and we're down to 8 seconds now.
As this old brain remembers, when I see 5 wide receivers on the field as a defender, I know the ball's coming out hot. They expected it and got there and popped it free.
They'll need to get this to the 38. That's where the 1st down marker is. Here on 3rd. It will be incomplete. 4 ticks left here on the clock.
Going with a dime look on defense. 2 extra defensive backs on the field and covered up essentially every blade of grass. That allowed them to disrupt the play.
A final shot before half for Allen.
Rifles one, that's going to be intercepted. Picked by Kendall Fuller, and he will be brought down on what will be the final play of this first half.
Time for a break. We've hit halftime. 2 quarters down. 2 still remain. We step aside. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. Halftime over. We are ready for quarter number 3. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. Bills with the lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway.
And able to get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped it to 23-yard line.
The Bills come to the line to start their next drive.
Now this game, it has obviously been all about the defense on both sides of the football. Which offense is going to break through here? We'll see if they can do it on this drive.
It'll be a gain of 5. And it's second down.
Well, it's time for them to be good teammates right here. And what I mean by that is possess the ball for a little while. Get at least 2 first downs. Give their defense a chance to settle down a little bit after they give up a touchdown.
They'll try the middle with Cook. And down right around the 32-yard line, 4 yards on the pickup. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
Third down, here's a run by Cook. Shifts past him. And he's going to have a Bills first down as he'll take this up to the 38-yard line.
Running lanes were at a premium in the first half, but he's able to find some room there, and he's hoping that that's a precursor of a big second half.
To throw, it's Allen. Eluding the pressure right.
And Allen will have the first down as he's able to slide to avoid the contact at the end.
Give him 10 yards on that one, and that'll earn him a fresh set of downs. 2 first downs have him up near midfield now on 1st and 10. And now they'll throw with Allen.
Finding Shakir across the formation.
And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. The catch and run pays off for 29 yards.
It's taken a while for this offense to get going. Creaky at the start. Now, a nice throw there, and they're really putting together a good drive.
First down, here's the run with Cook. Give him 5 on the carry there, and it'll be second down. Here's Allen.
Swinging this out wide here for Cook.
And he'll take it down here just shy of the 15 at the 16-yard line. A 10th carry in the game for Cook. And he won't be close to a first down as he runs into a wall right around the line of scrimmage. Allen going to go on 4th down. Did he get the feed down? Yes! Touchdown.
Dalton Kincaid.
A 15-yard touchdown grab.
And the Bills take the opening kickoff of the third quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead.
It took a pretty big risk right there going for it on 4th down, but hey, not only did they get the first down, forget about that, they got in the end zone.
Yeah, because normally you're just thinking, can I get enough yardage to get it past the sticks and pick up a first down? Instead, they go to the end zone and get it done with no margin for error. Remember, 4th down, they went for it.
Back now in Buffalo, where the 4th quarter will begin with a kickoff following the score on the final play of the 3rd quarter.
Here's Bass now to send it away.
And he'll be out of bounds just shy of the 30, right about the 29. First down Miami as they get set to start the drive.
There's still plenty of time here in the 4th quarter. Just a one-possession game, down 8. They'll be looking for the touchdown and 2-point conversion. A field goal here on this drive does very little at this stage. From the 33, here's 2nd and 6.
On play action, here's Tua.
To the right side and intercepted.
Rasul Douglas picks it, and a return across midfield into the 46-yard line.
I think this will run very simply because he overestimated his own strength and his ability to fill in the running backs too. If the backs do that, then all the big plays.
We couldn't ask for much more to this point in the second half. A gorgeous day, one-score game. 1st and 10 here.
He'll dump this off to Cook. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. It'll be a gain of 10 to start the drive out, and by a few inches, that'll be a first down.
yard to hit the 35. Seems pretty obvious defensively. A key was stopping the run game. How have they done it so successfully?
To me, it seems that these guys really did a nice job of paying attention during the scouting report meeting. And you know, Brandon, when they do those, they talk about the top plays that these guys like to run. The best runs for the top running back, those are the ones you focus on and want to take away. And they've done that pretty successfully in this game.
Flush to his right. Well, there you go. Save your best scramble of the day for a big-time situation in the fourth quarter, picking up the first.
You don't want to use it up early, right? You want to make sure you save it for that exact moment, that key time. And that's what he did, although you and I both know it wasn't planned that way. But what a nice job using his eyes, scanning the field, and realizing when it was time to exit the pocket and go.
Not totally home free yet, but it's looking good as they come up 1st and 10. Up the middle, it's Cook. And not a whole lot of room to operate there on the first down run. He gets maybe 3.
I like the call there because that was one to take time off the clock and get them closer to getting out of here with a W. In the mind of the play caller, all you want to hear is tick, tick, tick.
Another run on 2nd down, trying to cover up. And he'll get it down this time to the 17.
I like it. I like the call. Still an opportunity to run the football and chew up a little more time off the clock.
Well, you got to think, Charles, that one's on the quarterback as everybody was up at the line of scrimmage. He just didn't call for the snap in time.
Yeah, I think he needs a little bit better awareness out there because you got to know when the clock's in single digits and either snap it or get a timeout called if you have one.
Not ideal there. That delay of game backs them up 5 yards, so now they need 7 yards on 3rd down. Cook following the penalty. And he's going to get this to about the 20, but that is well short of what he needed. Now the Dolphins going to burn the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 34 seconds to go in the game. The kick by Bass is good. And the Bills hold on to their lead. Well, some field goals are bigger than others, and that one makes this a 2-score game.
And with the way their defense is playing that game, that's kind of a love letter to them because that might very well be all the points they need.
So after knocking through the field goal, here's Bass to kick it away. And they're going to mark that where it went out of bounds. So really good starting field position up past the 40-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Here's Tua. That's going to be incomplete. Boy, it looked like he had him for a second, but the razzle-dazzle will not work out. It's 2nd down. Now Tua. He's going to let it fly. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
This defense has been so stingy all game long. No reason to think it's suddenly going to open up now. They took their shot, but this, like many others, falls incomplete.
Throwing Tua. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. Clock management definitely critical here if they want to get back in this game.
Absolutely agreed. They have to up the tempo in this case, down a couple of scores. Want to make sure they have a chance to win this ball game.
Tua. And that is incomplete. 7 seconds remaining. And what are the whistles for? Timeout. So they'll stop the clock here in a game that's been decided in the closing seconds. Now Tua.
Looking here for Smith downfield. And that's going to be incomplete. Good effort there trying to take a shot, but it's third down. One final try for Tagovailoa. One last shot at the end zone. And that will be incomplete. They were going for a consolation TD, but it was not to be. Time was running out. So it's a victory for the Buccaneers. It's a defensive with the start of that drive. Puts the second half shot.
Think about it. The team that just got punished. They did score some incredible defense.
But what a second half, the adjustment, whatever they did in the locker room, it certainly worked.
It certainly did, and you're exactly right. Whether it was an adjustment, whether it was just more focus on what they planned to do going in, whether they just played better, whatever it was, it all came together in the second half, and no points were allowed. That's a great way to close them out.
Welcome to the historic Inner Harbor of Baltimore, Maryland. Just a stone's throw away, you find M&T Bank Stadium. The perennial Pro Bowler, Justin Tucker, has it on the tee. And off we go, here in Baltimore. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Now the first carry for the younger Cook brothers. This is James Cook. He'll struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe gets a yard out of that one. It's second down. Out of the gun, here's Allen. Throw there on second down, going to be incomplete.
There's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this is one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that one in there anyway, and he's lucky that it just falls in.
He gets free. What a big time rumble. And he's going to take this one all the way. 76 yards. Touchdown, Buffalo. And that is the way to start a game. Not just score, but, Greg, score quickly. A nice opening drive for the first 6 points.
Well, it's hours spent on that opening game script was time well spent. I mean, to take the ball right down the field that quickly, right out of the gates, that's a pretty good opening drive and an early 6 points.
Nothing is our score as this kick is sent into the air. Hardy now with the return. Terrific return. He's taken down just shy of midfield. They'll start this one with a 3 tight end look.
What ain't it? Hey, middle. What ain't it? Middle. Report. Hey. Just get in the pocket.
A first down throw for Jackson. He's got his big target. That's Isaiah Likely. And he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line.
Go. Get out. No, we changed it. What ain't it? Let's go.
Jackson now to throw on first down. He finds Likely, his tight end. These two in rhythm. 12 more yards and a first down.
Now this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And it's the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
So they move inside the 20, 1st and 10 at the 18.
Yeah. Move.
They'll motion over Flowers. The first carry for King Henry. He is in. Derrick Henry. Touchdown Ravens.
When you start talking about the qualities of a top-tier back in the NFL, Mike, we all talk about size, speed, the ability to keep your feet, the ability to have balance at contact. But the part we don't talk enough about is patience, understanding the blocking scheme, the timing, when to hit the hole, as much as what hole to hit. I think about Blake's head, what that looks like, and it all comes together. He takes advantage of the scheme, and next thing you know, hits his head in the balls.
Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. Here comes a return from the 5. Here's 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Cook to start this drive. And he'll get about 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. From the shotgun, it's Allen. That's to the right side, and incomplete. Trying to get it to Dalton Kincaid there. And 3rd down coming up. On 3rd down, they go with Cook. Early big play here. They're going to go for it on 4th down. They'll indeed go for it with Allen. He's got his man. That's Kincaid. What about that? Out of bounds, all the way down inside the 15. Oh, a big play on 4th and 2. 52 yards. Down at the 12. It's 1st and 10. From the gun, Josh Allen. Quick throw, taken in. And he will get into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. And that was just a great drive, really from start to finish, Mike. You could see the play caller just really finding his rhythm, mix and run, mix and pass. Results in the touchdown pass, but really everything they did, the entire possession worked to perfection. You can sustain the drives like that and come away with touchdowns. Man, that goes a long way towards establishing your identity for the rest of this game.
Following the touchdown, pass is back to kick it off. Hardy now with the return. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. Three tight ends in the game to start the drive. On first down, they'll start the drive with Henry. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up second down. We are through one. The Bills with the early advantage. We'll be back in Baltimore after this. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Putting the tight end in motion. Here's Henry. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. It's a three tight end look as they have it 1st and 10. They'll motion over Flowers. On first down, they'll stay on the ground with Henry. There he goes again. And he's going to take this all the way home. Derrick Henry, touchdown Baltimore. That is 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. That is some kind of run. Everything you love about a running back. Using some of the power as well, Greg, to find his way to the end zone for the touchdown.
And as so often is the case, Mike, in the NFL, you just can't block every defender. Well, for this back, it doesn't matter. You said it. His power is what allowed him to break those tackles and find himself in the end zone.
Tucker, good on the extra point. And the Ravens to tie things up. We are all even at 14. We are all square, 14 apiece the score as this one's away. He'll start at the 2. And he'll manage to get this back only to about the 20-yard line. Unbalanced look here to the right side on 1st and 10. Play fake. Here's Allen. His throw on first down is going to be incomplete.
Just seems like another case of predetermining where the quarterback is going to go with the ball. He had a lot of good route options on that last concept. I think if he just remains a little bit more patient, read the play out, let it unfold, will lead to some easier and better completions.
On 2nd down, here's Allen. He's looking deep for Shakir. Allen picked it up. It's incomplete. All over him down the field. It'll set up 3rd down.
I'll tell you what, Mike, considering how this offense has played in the first couple of possessions, I'm surprised that one wasn't completed. It seems like that's the first miss of the game. Continue to push the ball downfield. Continue to build on this momentum because so far they've come out on this one.
They're going to get this all the way up close to the 40-yard line.
This is what every offense looks to do, Mike. They want to attack the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Oftentimes, that's where the chunk plays come. Give it to your receiver on the move and let them do the rest.
Allen gonna throw again. Off he goes. And Allen, a guy who usually gives as much punishment as he gets, slides down here, but he's got the first down.
This is an element to his game that we don't necessarily spend a lot of time talking about. He's not known as a traditional runner at the quarterback position. But when he has some space like he had here, he is more than capable of not only converting first downs, but picking up big chunk plays.
First and 10 now from the 36. From the gun, it's Allen. That's complete to Coleman. And they will take him down at the 20-yard line. They'll come up here, first and 10. Allen going to give it to Cook. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that.
Coming off that edge, Mike, you have to quickly determine, is this a pass or is it a run? And once he realized it was a run, he's able to shed his blocker, make the play, no gain.
Now Allen to throw on second down. That's taken in. It's James Cook. Was brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short game.
On third down, it's Josh Allen. To the end zone there, but it is incomplete.
This is the big boy league now. The reality is, you just got to catch the ball.
Pass's kick is good. And the Bills move out in front. The new score, 17-14.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
Boy, some bulk in the formation on that right side here for first and 10.
Return it.
Jackson. He's got Andrews, his tight end. Now his tied up. They're going to take it with 8 seconds remaining until the break.
Talk about a thing of beauty. Mike, did you see how many tight ends were on the field on that last play? They call it 13 personnel because there's 1 running back, 3 tight ends, 1 wide receiver. So everybody on defense is thinking run. They catch them off guard a little with the pass, and they take advantage of it with a big gain downfield.
They go 3 tight ends here on first and 10. Now it's Jackson. Back to line up. Incomplete. Not much time remaining. Time for 1 more snap here in this first half. Play action now. Jackson. That's going to wind up incomplete. Not much time remaining. Time for 1 more snap here in this first half.
At this level, you just would expect a little bit better execution and accuracy on those intermediate throws. I think he had an opportunity there for a nice pickup. Off target, off rhythm, and ends up getting away from it.
So we've reached halftime with the visiting Bills on top. As we get you down to Florida, Orlando specifically, for the coaches, Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports halftime report. Coach, thanks. This one's still anyone's game We'll see who can come out with the hot hand in this second half. About to get started. Three points, all that separates these two sides as half number 2 kicks off. Hardy now with the return. He'll come across the 20 and taken down at the 21-yard line. First and 10. They'll start out on the ground with Henry. And a nice run. Get him about 9. It'll bring up second down. Tight end going in motion here. They'll go again here with Henry. And he's got it. First down. A pickup of 4.
This offense, they're not interested in taking the deep shot here. Second and short, the way they're running the ball, pound the rock, reset the downs, and just keep the drive alive.
On first and 10, Jackson. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. Jackson looking to throw. Thrust, it's incomplete. He did get the pass off, but he got drilled before he let it go.
I think that play probably results in a completion if that protection just holds up a little bit longer. It was that initial pressure in the face of the quarterback that forced him to get rid of that ball a little bit earlier than he wanted. Disrupts that timing, ruins the play. On third down, Jackson. That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Matt Milano.
Come on, dog.
Going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
Well, Mike, I think it's pretty clear what the message was by this head coach at halftime. He said, listen, guys, we're behind. We're trailing. We're going to come out early in this second half and be aggressive from the get-go and cut into this deficit. But oftentimes, reckless decision-making, over-aggressive play calling leads to turnovers. Now, this defense finds themselves heading back out into the field a little earlier than expected, but they need to hold serve and keep this score right where it is.
A gain of 11 on that walk. First down, Buffalo. Here's Allen to throw.
How you want to play these?
Touchdown, Bills. 2 touchdowns for him now in the afternoon.
This is kind of the feast or famine anytime a defensive coordinator dials up a man pressure. And when you don't get home, it just puts so much stress on your secondary, Mike. They feel like they're out there defending their man for an eternity. And quarterback had his opportunity to find his matchup. Good protection up front. And they just couldn't hold up in coverage long enough. And they give up a big touchdown.
Pass's kick is good. And the Bills go up by 10. 24-14 is their lead. Following the touchdown, Bass is back to kick it off. Hardy now with the return. This will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Bateman is the motion man. The shotgun is Jackson. Off-balance throw. It's complete. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. An even 20 yards. Impressive start to this drive. From the gun, Jackson. Open man is Tyron Wallace.
Seemed like the receiver, Mike, ran through like 5 different open zones, but once he found the one that he liked, where the quarterback was expecting him, you see him do a nice job throttling down, secures the catch, and he's able to pick up a nice gain.
Come up with the turnover on defense, the quarterback choosing to keep it, and the defense choosing to take it away.
Mike, anytime a quarterback turns into a runner, the defense want to take a shot at him. They want to take a shot at the ball, and that's exactly what they were able to do here. Force the fumble, get the ball back. Great job there by the defense.
Now, whistles here. Looks like one of the defenders got a head start. So, a lot of options on the table now. It's 1st and 5. Contact up front. They get one.
I got him, chat.
Soldier Field opened back in 1924 with the Bears becoming 10 and 71, and what a home field advantage it has become here in Chicago. Tyler Bass about ready to get us going. And off we go from Soldier Field. And he'll get to the 30-yard line before going out of bounds. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Caleb going to throw right away. It stays on. Flushed out right. And he'll protect himself at the end here as he winds up getting pretty decent yardage. He'll get 8 on the scramble there. It'll be 2nd and a couple. Well, looks like they'll move things around here. First carry for DeAndre Swift. And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. A Chicago first down there on a gain of 11.
How best to describe that one? I'd say right down Broadway on that run.
A straight-ahead running. I think that might be something we see a lot of between the tackles today.
Well, he's enjoying things so far here this afternoon. Sees a crease and bursts through it for a solid gain.
Looking to throw is Williams. And that's out to the flat for Swift. And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds. A gain of 8 there on the play. And that'll bring up a second down in just a couple. Throwing is Williams. Trying to fit it into Moore, but it's intercepted. And the Bills are going to get the football.
You want to get better at Madden, chat? Just watch me play, dog.
They brought the house that time on the young rookie, maybe a little rattled through the pick.
And you have to be prepared for a lot of pressure as a rookie quarterback because most defensive coordinators are going to test you that way. So when you see that, the ball's got to get out of your hands quickly, and that means your receivers have to understand they have to break off their routes quickly as well.
Allen and the Bills now with a first.
God bless all y'all out there, chat. God bless.
Throwing to start the drive. Allen. And complete right side to Cook. And past the 40 before he's out of bounds. And that's good for a pickup of 10 yards. And they'll be left with a second and about a foot. They'll try to meddle with Cook. And once again, he's going to be stopped up behind the line. Second straight play. Shades of the 85 Bear defense a little bit. And they will touch him down, but not before he gets the first. Here's Allen. Into the hands of the tight end, Dalton Kincaid. He's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. The Bills passing game, getting them down the field. They've got another first down. Allen. And this one almost intercepted. Not a good throw there. Nearly an opening drive, INT.
And not a common sight, at least on this drive. A momentary setback, though, for this passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try to pick up another first down.
Well, he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Jaquan Brisker. And the Bears are going to take over here at their own 22-yard line. Well, they tried to take their shot right there, but the ball hung up a little too long, and it's intercepted.
And when you describe trying to take their shot right there, usually the ball has to be thrown on a little bit more of a line. You just mentioned it. The ball hung up there. The reaction time of the defenders, they win the day and intercept it.
Williams loses the football. Oh, and one of the linemen on the other side has got it. We're scoreless after 1. Back in Chicago, ready for the second quarter. It's the Bears in possession as they've got it with a second down and 2 coming up. To the air, Williams. And he will find the open man. It's DJ Moore. And out across midfield down to the 45. 25 yards there on the catch and run.
As long as you go through your proper reads and progressions, the drag route can be one of those old reliable plays because usually it's good for a good chunk of yardage as we just saw there.
And those guys like it, right? They can get the ball with a full head of steam.
Especially against man coverage because man coverage, particularly running away from someone and not worried about traffic coming out on the other end.
And he'll be out just a yard or 2 shy of the 30.
Another nice gain, 13 yards that time, and another first down.
And we see another pitch and catch there to the running back. This position just continues to evolve. They become just as critical to the passing attack as a lot of receivers, tight ends, because their ability to make people miss in the open field can really generate big plays for an offense.
To throw, it's Williams. Dancing to his left. And he'll avoid the tackle there with a slide. Nothing open downfield. He keeps it himself for 11 and a first down. Now they'll change things around before the snap. To throw, Williams. Buying time to his left. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's second down. Here's Williams. Trying to fit it into Moore, but it's intercepted. Teron Johnson able to pick it. 1:58 left to play till we hit halftime. So after the INT, it's Allen. And Cook has it left side. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Give him 10 yards there, and about by the nose of the football, he's going to have a first down. Allen off the play fake. Right back to Cook for another completion. And he gets it down a yard or two shy of the 30 before he's out of bounds. Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and it'll be second down. To the air, Allen. And this throw incomplete. And the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to third down.
This team is not going to make it easy for you. They're a physical group, and we just saw it there on that play. They came in, made the contact, just as he's trying to haul it in.
Now the Bears going to call the first of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. Now they face a third down and 4 after that incompletion on second down. And down he goes. They sack him back right around the 41-yard line. Now the Bears going to use the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over a minute to go before halftime. They'll break the huddle here and go for it. This is fourth down. To throw, it's Allen. Looking deep in the direction of Cooper. And this is caught. Touchdown. Amari Cooper, 41 yards. And the Bills will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half.
And that touchdown gives them a touchdown lead before they attempt the extra point. What a great way to end the half.
Yeah, great job to put themselves in front. And now, see on the sideline, special teams defense scrambling, saying we want to preserve this for the final moments of this second quarter. Oh, he missed the
Come on, fam.
No good on the extra point, so a letdown there. And this will stay a 6-point ball game. Now he's back out there to boom this one away, maybe with some frustration after the PAT miss. And bulldozing his way through. And he's able to get it across the 20 to the 25-yard line. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. And with a little under a minute remaining, we'll see if they want to try to put a drive together, possibly even take the lead here with a touchdown. And past the 40 before he's out of bounds. 19 yards there on the catch and run.
A promising sign there from an offense that hasn't done a whole lot to this point. Nice job to locate the open receiver. And it's good yardage and a first down to open the drive.
Steps away to his left. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes. Now the Bears will use their third and final timeout as they stop it here with just under 40 ticks to go in this first half. Going deep here for Allen. It's caught inside the 25. Touchdown, Chicago. Keenan Allen, 61 yards. And the Bears are an extra point away from moving out in front in the final minute of the half. Santos able to tack on the extra point, and they take the lead here at 7-6. Now, after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And no run back here. That's going to be a touchback, and we'll bring it out to the 30-yard line. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. A slim deficit here in a one-possession game. Not much time left, obviously. We'll see if they can march this down the field, at least get 3, and take some momentum into the locker room. The escapability in evidence there is that one good for 15 and a first. Now a timeout called for by the offense as it comes with 22 seconds to go here in half number 1. The big play to start him out has him at the 45 already. Now Allen. That is caught. Kincaid with it. And he will go out right near the 35-yard line. It's another first down as this time they get an even 20.
It's a nice zone breaker right there. Take the tight end, move him out to the slot. Then have him run a corner route versus the zone coverage, which means he's going to be behind the shallow coverage and ahead of the deep coverage, put the ball right on him.
Back-to-back good plays have him on the move on first down. Throwing now is Allen. Escaping the pressure right. He's able to get it to Coleman. And he's out of bounds. Almost gets to the 10. 23 yards, the final tally.
Another nice play there. They've gotten down into the red zone in no time at all. That's what this offense can do when they get on a roll. And now they're set up with a 1st and 10.
From the gun, it's Allen. Eluding the pressure right. The right side here caught by Kincaid. And it looks like he'll be just a yard shy of the 5 here as he's out at the 6. 2nd and 4. They can still get a first down without scoring. On play action, Allen steps away. And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up 3rd down.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far. Even backed up late, they're forcing incompletions and fighting to keep them at the end zone as the first half winds down.
So we've hit intermission. It's halftime. This is the NFL, and it's a presentation of EA Sports. Welcome back. Charles and I settled into the booth ready for quarter number 3. Bills with the lead, and they'll get the football first as the second half is underway. On the return, it's Brandon Condrington. Oh, it's some hitting going on now. This has been a tight game, and he takes a big shot there on the return. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. And, Charles, they've got the lead. Put your coaching hat on here now. What's the game plan for the second half?
I think getting the running game going a little bit more because I thought in the first half they didn't get it moving the way that they would like. They had success throwing it, but I think these first couple of drives, they'll want to get those running backs going and give them more opportunities, and I will guarantee you that those guys were lobbying for them.
And he lost the football. And it looks like one of the DBs has it, and his guys will take over at the 30-yard line. So we thought maybe they would have a chance to extend this lead on the opening drive of the second half. Instead, they cough it up.
Obviously not an ideal start when you're trying to get a little separation, and I can guarantee that they talked about that in the locker room. Let's get out there, start this quarter the right way. Let's try and put some points on the board and create some space.
And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. A Chicago first down there on a gain of 11.
Man, I just love being in this stadium. So much history, tradition, so many great teams and games, and we're seeing a pretty good one right now, hotly contested in the third quarter.
They'll look to throw here on first down. Touchdown Bears! DJ Moore from 19 yards away. And the Bears have taken the lead here in this third quarter. Santos with the extra point, and the lead is up to 5. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. Now Codrington to return. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. Coach, you got to think the number one goal here is ball security. Remember, last drive they coughed it up, then they allowed the touchdown, and now they're trailing on the scoreboard.
Boy, the way you described it makes me think that that one actually hurt them 3 times. The fumble cost them potential points. Then they watched their opponent get a touchdown off of the fumble. And third, they lost the lead as a result. Really tough sequence right there. I don't think coaches have to remind them to hold on to the football. They just got to find a way to get it done.
This taken in by Kincaid. And he's going to be out of bounds right at midfield. So they elect to decline it.
And why not? Just go ahead and let the play stand, and they'll take that.
From midfield, here's Allen. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
The good signal callers will never go back in the huddle and play the blame game because they need those guys to protect him. But on that last one, his offensive line, they lost their leverage very quickly, and that's why they were able to get to him and hit him as he tried to throw the football and force an incompletion.
And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up third down. Allen to throw once more. And he will not be able to hang on to the contact. It's incomplete. The coverage strong, and now it's fourth down.
This has certainly been a physical game so far. Limited scoring opportunities for both sides. And there's another chance that goes unfulfilled.
The 3 straight incompletions, they don't care. That hasn't dissuaded them. They're going to go for it on fourth. From the midfield stripe, they'll look to throw. He's got his target. That's complete. And he is out of bounds inside the 35. A defensive breakdown allows a pickup of 16 on fourth down. So the shotgun snap to Allen. Oh, the turnover fest continues.
GG's, fam.
Another interception.
Welcome, football fans, to the birthplace of America, the city of brotherly love. The place where you'll find the best cheesesteak made in this country and some of the best football played inside Lincoln Financial Field. Jake Elliott is out ready to kick this one away. And away we go at the link. Ty Johnson now to return. This return makes it up to the 25. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Allen comes out throwing. His first offering of the game winds up incomplete. Dalton Kincaid, the intended target there. And now it's 2nd down. First set of the game for James Cook. And he found some running room for a nice gain. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Allen on 3rd and short. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Finds Kincaid. Touchdown, Buffalo! The Bills take a 6-0 lead right away. Dalton Kincaid with the touchdown. So a touchdown on the board for Brock as they start this game off a perfect 1-for-1 offensively.
Yeah, I'm going to call that scripting for success right there. Can't do it much better than that. And listen, when you script these first plays, you don't always know who the targets are going to be. It's really then relying upon what the defense is trying to take away. They couldn't take away that big old tight end.
Pass now to kick this away. Has this at the 6. And he gets up beyond the 20, but they plant him a few inches into the ground to end that return. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Hurts comes out throwing. Escapes the pocket. His first pass falls incomplete. He was looking for Dallas Goedert there. So it's 2nd down coming up. Through the Saquon Barkley. Room to work at the 35. He's all the way up to the 41. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down.
You know, Coach gets in that QB's headset, probably told his offense and his QB, listen, I don't want to see a 3rd down on this possession. Or something kind of like that. Whatever version he told him, it worked.
1st down, and they go right back to it. And he's able to power this forward, but they stop him after 2 yards.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it will largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
From the 42. That's caught by A.J. Brown. And they get back to it. He's got a huge gain and a 1st down. That chunk worth a nice 21 yards. That's good for an Eagles 1st down. On the play fake, it's Hurts. Getting out to his left. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down.
Well, discretion, the better part of valor in a lot of cases. Rather than force something with no one open or risk a turnover, he wisely just threw it away.
On 2nd down, here's Barkley. He gets forward, that's about 4 yards. That play cleaned up by Matt Milano.
You make that call to just give yourself a fighting chance on 3rd down, Kate. Take at least a little bite of the big meal between them and the 1st down marker. And that should make this upcoming call a little less daunting.
He has the first over the middle. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensive movement. Just a field goal. Defensively, starts to shake up pressure and preparation. Makes you wonder what's in store.
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Johnson now on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Throws right this one up the gut. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
This goal is pretty clear, Kate. Crash forward and then crash inside. Set that edge, but if you can come inside and bury that runner before it gets started, all the better.
We're back for the second quarter. Bills in possession of the football. They have second and pretty long here. Looking from the gun, it's Allen. He just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, we call them alligators. 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. You needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the incompletion.
And the streak continues. Another one hits the ground.
He's counting his lucky stars. That one isn't headed the other way right now. That is not the time to challenge double coverage.
3rd down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Picked off by C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And the Eagles get the football on the first turnover of the contest. Wow, an aggressive choice to go for it on 4th and that kind of distance, and an equally aggressive play in coverage to pick that pass off.
Yeah, that down and distance, you're not running it right too far to get to the stick, so that defense had all eyes on the quarterback. They knew that pass was coming, and it's one thing to know it, it's another thing to execute it and go take it away. That's a big momentum swing for this defense. That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. He even ripped through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
Chased out to his right. And he takes it. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks.
You know, that may have been a situation when you look back on it and he watches the tape the next day, and he's got to find a way to throw the ball because his running ability, while it gets him some yards, is not enough to get the 1st down.
They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
Ask for a little bit more on that one. As that running back's come up with more than he's used to on 3rd down, he made it look like just another day at the office. I wouldn't expect every conversion to go as smoothly. I should have made that one look routine.
And he's only able to power this forward for about 3 yards.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
2nd down now, 7 to go. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to haunt him. There's just no question about it. A drop touchdown in the end zone. Now comes the mental toughness part of it. You got to flush that play quickly so you can make an impact later.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Couldn't connect with Dallas Goedert. 4th down coming up. Part of what's earned him status, Bronk, is one of the league's better tight ends. Are those hands, right? His dependable hands. So, shouts to the defense there because he wasn't able to hang on that time. And he gets in. Touchdown, Philadelphia! The Eagles get some 8 points and the lead. A.J. Brown, the touchdown. His 2nd scoring catch of the game. Elliott on now to attempt the point after. Extra point set right down there. The Eagles bring that tie. It's all set for the kickoff. Johnson with a return here. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Allen on a play action. Toward the sideline, and he's got it. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
You know I love those chunk completions. They're so critical. Those chunk plays, they lead statistically so often to scoring. You can get it to a tight end in play action. Just a nice kick.
Dalton Kincaid, the intended target. So it'll be 2nd down. They were looking for him again, Brock, and for a moment, we thought he had another catch. But then that contact knocked the football from his hands.
Kind of become a victim of his own early success. Not too different, Kate, than a pass rusher that gets a sack. You know what happens? Got to slide to him, got to chip to him. You get a receiver that gets it going like this, you know more contact and more focus is coming his way.
Give him 15 yards on the pickup there. And that's good for a Bills 1st down. To the air again, Allen. It's going to be an incomplete pass on the throw to the right. His first target doesn't lead to his first catch. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. To throw again, it's Allen. Curtis Samuel's there for the catch. That play goes for 19 and a new set of downs.
You want to become quarterback's best friend? Do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
From the red zone now. Bails out of the pocket quick. He's keeping it. And he gets them down to the 9 before going out. A nice pickup of 11 there, Brock, and they'll have 1st and goal to figure out. From the shotgun, it's Allen. On the move, headed right. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play. Jar it loose, incomplete. So they opt for the shorter pass later in the progression on that play, Brock, but man, the defense took that away too.
Well, what they tell us yesterday in those production meetings, nothing comes easy. No easy completions from shots downfield to those checkdowns to the running back. They wanted to make this offense clean up everything. They just did.
And he's out of bounds at the 3. Nearly got to the end zone there.
Sure showed off some mobility on that play. Got outside the pocket and easily found an open man.
3rd and goal for Allen. He's on the move. And he will score. Touchdown, Buffalo. The Bills earn the chance to tie before halftime. Josh Allen, the touchdown. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith, right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
And that return comes to an end as they touch him down. They'll begin this drive with barely over 25 seconds left. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. They'll begin this drive with barely over 25 seconds left. First down throwing for Hurts. It's Saquon Barkley. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. 2nd and 3 now. This one finds coverage. And he takes this out after crossing the 45. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's a Philadelphia first down. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Puts a power on a deep one left. This is caught inside the 15. And he gets in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. The Eagles take the lead just before halftime. It's a Devontae Smith touchdown. So no mistaking that play call, Gronk. They send everybody on deep goes, and it winds up paying off. What a play.
And you think on the other side defensively, this is as you said, a big play and a touchdown.
Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. And this one bounces into the end zone, and it'll be a touchback out to the 20. They got first and 10, Brock, but time for maybe 2 plays at most if they even want to try anything. He's back to throw. Catch is made down the right sideline. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. One final shot before halftime. He throws a bullet deep to the... He's got it inside the 25. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the third quarter. Pass now to kick this away. Kickoff taken at the 3. Big shot at the end of that return as he gets it just past the 20. They're out and set, first and 10. Down the ground here with Barkley. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. That's A.J. Epinesa on the tackle. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Awesome play, they give it to Barkley. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. A couple yards on the run, it's 3rd and 6 now. Hurts now from the gun. Able to get it to Barkley. And they hit him right after he made that catch. That's going to deny him the first. It's 4th down.
Here we go. Here's one of those game situations that just puts a smile on my face because I can think from Pop Warner to the NFL. Everybody on the field thinking the same thing. Can we go for it? Can we get one more shot as you end up just short on that 3rd down?
He finds him beyond the marker. And he'll get them enough for a first down.
So close to getting off the field. The 4th down conversion keeps that defense out there. That was their shot to end this possession. Sit on the bench, get their breath. Now they can buckle down and force another 4th down.
And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Perception and reality, Kate. The perception out there from the public is edge rushers are defined by their sacks. The reality in a locker room and in the huddle is you can be defined by your relentlessness. And his motor never stopped. Helped him track it down for a loss on the outside.
Offense in the hurry up here. On 3rd down, it's Hurts. His first real mistake, that's intercepted. Christian Benford has it. And the Bills get the football back at what's marked at the 37-yard line. They worked hard to have the halftime lead, Brock, but now that defense working hard to take it away.
Not wasting any time, are they? You know, they love to say about baseball, Kate, baseball's a game of adjustments. So is the NFL, and especially in the second half. You have all that data from the first half. You want to take it all in, and defensively you want to adjust exactly what they did to take the ball away there to begin the second. See the pass, time up your hit, and jar that ball loose. Not a lot of players are hanging on through a well-placed hit like that one.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. He breaks the tackle. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
Hey, look, Kate, you can't just ask one tackler to go mano-a-mano and stop this guy. You got to have the cavalry to come in. One guy makes a hit, the others are there to clean up and pile on because one-on-one, he's going to run right through you.
Cook hauls it in. 12 yards on that play and a good call nets him the first.
Move the chains! Got to move them chains! Build momentum to keep that defense on its heels.
New set of downs for him at the 38. Allen now on first down. Short pass caught by his tight end. And he gets it down to the 35 before stepping out.
Well, that's a modest little drag route, but if you ever just need a safe short gain on the throw, that's a go-to route to target.
So we hit the end of the third quarter. It's Bills football. They trail late, but this game's still very much in reach. Second and 6 coming up here. Allen looking to throw. That one's caught on the left sideline. And he gets this down inside the red zone before going out. The end result there, 15 yards and a first.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on second down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about third down at all.
Headed out right. Pass complete to Cook. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down. Straight ahead, here's Cook. And he's brought down for a loss.
It's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Second and short run, feeling good about yourself. With a negative play, well, now comes a critical third down.
Looking to throw. And he will score. Touchdown, Buffalo. The Bills now trail by just a point in the fourth. Dalton Kincaid with a touchdown. His second scoring catch of the game. That one right down the middle. And the Bills tie this game at 21. Bass now to kick this away. Return coming from the 6. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20.
Keep it up.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. That pass complete to Goddard. And they finally bring him down. They get 22 on that one. And that's good for an Eagles first down. Straight ahead, here's Barkley. And he's down. Looks like he made the stop at the 46-yard line. So that brings us to the 2-minute warning in Philly. Eagles with a little more work to do to win it here. In a good spot here, 2nd and inches. He tries to sneak it. And his short game gets them a new set of downs.
That That was the perfect play call for that particular situation. Gave him enough to pick up a first with some room to spare.
Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. They'll pitch it to Barkley. And he's brought down after a short gain. Only 2 yards, and it brings up 2nd and 8. Setting up to pass. An all-around tough play for him. He took a shot on the release, and it definitely affected the throw. It's incomplete.
You know, that was a play, Kate, right there where you need to buy your receivers just enough time to get open along your routes. And your quarterback enough time to find and hit him with the throw. Time? Well, that's not what he had. O-line couldn't hold up, and it forces the incompletion.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. To throw. It's incomplete, and that's him bringing up 4th down.
That's somebody they're going to look for if he has any space deep. That space, though, Kate, just disappeared between when he let that pass go and when he actually made it down the field.
Throwing now.
Come on, dude.
So the defense rises to the challenge and gives the ball back to their offense. All right, excellent field position for the Bills as they set up 1st and 10. Now the shotgun give to Cook. And he reaches midfield and starts driving into Eagles territory. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Here he is to throw. Completed to his running back. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. Buffalo calls it 2nd time out of the half. Still 1 more in their pocket to use. To the line for a new set of downs. Only a lone timeout at their disposal. He'll look to throw it. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. Big gainer here as he picks up 20.
I played a high level, dog.
Bills 1st down. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first.
Can't challenge that, fam.
With a new stadium rising just to the west of us, for now we're back for football in the familiar setting of Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park. The kicker, Tyler Bass, has us ready to start. And off we go from Buffalo. This is going to be taken in at the 3. And a solid run back there. He'll get this out past the 30-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. Here's Burrow going to begin this one with a pass. He's got Gesicki open down the field. Inside the 20. And he will go all the way. Mike Gesicki. Touchdown, Bengals. McPherson, good on the extra point. And the Bengals will take a 7-0 lead. After the TD, on is McPherson to kick this one away. This will be returned from the 6. And they'll be set up well as he is past the 35-yard line. Ball rests at the 37. It's first and 10. James Cook. They work forward to the 40-yard line. Jermaine Pratt up to make the stop. Second and 7. Out of the gun, here's Allen. That's taken in. It's James Cook. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down. From the shotgun, it's Allen. It is intercepted. Picked off by Catch Hill. And he is going to score. A pick 6 for the touchdown. And that just adds to the start for this one. They walk down the field to get the touchdown, and then the defense joins the offensive party, Greg. Each side has scored a touchdown early on.
Yeah, and you just can't draw up a worse start than this, Mike. I mean, not only to allow the opposing team to go down and score on their first drive, but then to follow it up with a pick 6. You find yourself in a big hole here early. Do they have enough to dig their way out?
This one is fielded in the end zone, but he decides not to bring it out. So they'll take over at the 30-yard line. Set to go now on first and 10.
All right, now let's go get 6.
Off the play fake, here's Allen. That's to the right side, taken in by Coleman. After the catch, he gets that forward for a gain of 9.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. The defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
On first down, it's Allen. He gets this to the tight end.
And this is where the versatility of the tight end position really starts coming into play. Not only do they have to line up with their hand on the ground, but they can occasionally split out in the slot. And man, they're too fast for linebackers, and a lot of times they're too big for defensive backs.
Gonna give it to Cook. And I don't think he got there with that one. Only needed a yard. Wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. And now we're looking at third down. From the gun to Dallas. He's got his man. Right side. It's complete. And it looks like he's going to have the first down. Nothing fancy there. Short completion, but it yields a fresh set of downs. From the gun, Josh Allen. This one, downfield, for Kincaid. And the Bengals will take over here, just past the 30.
When you find yourself in this situation, Mike, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you got to take some chance. You've got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and cuts.
A first down throw for Burrow. Gonna get that complete to Jamar Chase. 18 yards. What a great way to start the drive. It's a first down. So after one, it's the Bengals on top. More after this. You're watching the... Here we go. On first and 10. Right back to Chase. He's got it again. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
And they'll take this down inside the 35.
With potential whiteout conditions looming in our future, we are getting close to football at snowy Huntington Bank Field here in downtown Cleveland.
We in the snow, chat.
Tyler Bass about ready to get us going. And off we go from Cleveland. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. The first throw, here's Winston. Well, he was hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete.
It's zone defense right away here defensively, and I know that these linebackers and DBs are going to be tested throughout. They passed the first test, though. This one falls incomplete.
2nd and 10. First carry for Nick Chubb. And he'll push his way forward to about the 32. 5 yards, now it's 3rd and 5.
I think that's the type of run we'll continue to see throughout this game. The snow coming down, I don't expect a lot of big plays to be broken.
3rd play here, this opening drive as they're up against a 3rd and 5. From the shotgun, it's Winston. He had a man open, but he missed him, and it's incomplete.
That was their first 3rd down try of the game, and clearly something was off in the execution of that play. Good news, they've got a whole game left to clean that up and start clicking on those key 3rd down throws.
Bojorquez on to punt as he gets it away. Yeah, he was looking for the checkup bounce, didn't get it. That scoots all the way into the end zone out for a touchback. Allen and the Bills now with a 1st and 10 at the 20. Here's Cook as they begin on the ground. And he is brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up 2nd down. Here's Allen to throw it. And that nearly an interception here on this opening drive, but he gets a reprieve. It's 3rd down. They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the 1st down. To the air, Allen. He rifles one, and it's going to be intercepted. Picked up by Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And he'll get this back down to about the 12-yard line. Boy, he had to fit that into a pretty tight window over the middle. And, Charles, I think they were in zone defensively, weren't they?
They certainly were. Nice read on your part. And sometimes the quarterback isn't fooled between zone and man. Sometimes just fooled by the type of zone that he sees. Because oftentimes, those linebackers will vacate and run downfield with receivers. In this case, he played a pure zone and was in the wrong spot for the QB.
And not a lot of success to be found there.
Oh, you got that right, partner, because if you're trying to make guys miss about 10 yards or so downfield, that's a pretty good play. But if you've got to do it in your own backfield, I consider that a problem. That doesn't work too well.
And he's going to get it inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. A sizable gain there, 9 yards as they get it back to a 3rd and 5.
On a 2nd and long, it's really nice to see an offense that has enough confidence to run the football in that situation. I think that goes back to their practice and game planning. They've seen things that they've seen on tape and in previous games that led them to...
And he'll take it into the end zone for a Browns touchdown. Nick Chubb, a 7-yard touchdown grab. And the Browns use the early turnover to get on the board first here in this one.
And that's exactly what you're supposed to do with good field position. You make the other side pay when you don't have far to go for the score.
Dustin Hopkins on now to add the extra point. Now, these are not going to be easy on a cold, snowy night, but this one is up and through. The Browns kicking team out there now as they'll send this one away. And not willing to risk a return. This ball's going to come out to the 30-yard line. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. Things a lot different than the last time they were on the field. Remember, they threw the interception, gave up the touchdown, and now trailing 7-0 and looking for a response. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. From the 38 now, here's 2nd and 2. Cook up the gut. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. He winds up giving a yard back there, and now it's 3rd and 2.
They have 3 tight ends in that formation. That's almost a universal sign that they're planning to run the football. But how about the defense there? They met force with force and caused a stack up behind the line of scrimmage and threw him for a loss.
A hit as he throws there, incomplete.
Every offense tells you they want to come out and start fast. That's not unusual at all. But this group, they've yet to get much rolling through their first 2 drives. It looks like they have to give up the football again after this one.
And how about the call here? They need 2 yards in their own territory on 4th down, and they're going to go for it. They're indeed going for it as they look to throw. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. They show run with 3 tight ends here on 1st down. Now Cook running right. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2.
Good yardage there on 1st down. Exactly what you want. Get yourself set up to keep making 1st downs, keep the clock running. And if they're smart, you're starting to milk the clock. No hurry before you run your 2nd down play.
That'll be complete to Cook. And he'll go down here at the 35-yard line. A gain of 5, good enough for the 1st down. They'll try the middle with Cook. Taken down at the 30.
And that was a quality play to start a new set of downs. That was simply an offensive line winning the battle up front and winning in a big way and giving the guy in the backfield a nice lane to hit.
So they fake the handoff. Now Allen. This to the tight end, Kincaid. And he's down into the red zone at the 15 after a gain of 15. 1st and 10.
Oh, a lot of credit to the play caller here. He saw the design in his mind and implemented it. A little zone stretcher here because they started the tight end on the left side of the formation and sent him on a crossing route. And this works really well when you can find that space between levels, and they were able to do so for good yardage.
Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10. Up the middle, it's Cook. And he's brought down just outside of the 10 at the 11. Tackle made there by Jordan Hicks. 2nd and 6. Allen off the play fake. And this throw incomplete. Well, the defender all over him that time, but it's going to lead to 3rd down. He did an okay job of absorbing the hit, just couldn't secure the football through the catch.
And he was right there on the spot and forced the incompletion. That's something defenders work on all the time. If you're there, make the contact, but continue to work your way through the receiver so that you can't possess the football and turn it into a catch.
To throw, it's Allen. He's going to pick up the 1st down and then some. And he'll take it into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. Dalton Kincaid. An 11-yard touchdown. And the Bills are an extra point away from evening this one up. The point after, no gimme in the snow, but it's up and good. And that is going to tie our game as we approach halftime. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape up past the 30. The Cleveland offense ready to go. There was still more than a minute to go in the half. Time to try to mount a drive.
And I would think that they would have to. This is today's NFL. You got to push it whenever you get an opportunity. You can never have enough points with the high-powered offenses that you face. And analytics will tell you, try and score when given the opportunity.
Now 2nd and 5. Jameis to throw it. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
Well, there's an incompletion, partner, and the struggles through the air continue because so far their lack of passing production has led to a lack of points.
They come up now 3rd and 5 following the incomplete pass. Winston. And he tries to force it in, and it's intercepted. And the return stops at the 39-yard line.
You can easily see the logic. It's a tie game. They just wanted to press it a little bit right before the half, hoping to get one more score.
Now, easy to second-guess the result, but now you have to think after that interception, just a field goal, and they're behind at the break.
Yeah, I think at the half, the head coach just says, look, that's on me. I wanted to press it, but it's because I believe in you guys.
So after the INT, it's Allen. And that one will fall incomplete. Clock here now just under 30 seconds to go in this first half.
That's tremendous field position that they were given following the turnover, but they've still got work to do to get the field goal range, and the coverage we're seeing isn't going to make it easy.
Got it complete to Khalil Shakir. Now the Bills are going to use the first of their timeouts as it comes with 22 seconds to go here in half number 1. Here's Allen. This taken in by Kincaid. And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds. 11 more on that one and another first down.
I know sometimes we can get fooled when we watch him make catches, as we just saw him do there, because he really looks like a wide receiver the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, 230, 240 range.
Yeah, not super huge. Maybe not counted on to be that inline point of attack.
And he'll go down. Brought down at the 20-yard line. Now the Bills will use the second of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside.
It's interesting, partner, that most defenses try and guard the 35-yard line actively because they think the way kickers are nowadays, about a 52-yard field goal, they're kind of giving up points. But you get even deeper into territory, you get into the red zone, they're going to guard it even more, which means more pressure, more blitzing.
6 yards there off the scramble, but it'll still leave them with a third down. So 7 yards from the first down here as they come up to the line of scrimmage. Allen going to throw. Oh, the ball comes out on the hip, but they'll say it's incomplete.
Oh, that's going to hurt a bit because they needed to come through with a completion there. Now a drive that started with great field position is facing 4th down.
The kick by Bass is good, and that will do it for this first half. So 2 quarters down, 2 remain. Charles and I return after the break. And we welcome you back live now inside the booth alongside Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gordon, set and ready to rock for the third quarter. The lake effect snow set to continue for the second half of action as we are back underway. Returning from his end zone is Ty Johnson, and he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. And both of these defenses have been stifling these last few drives offensively. Just not able to get anything going, so what needs to change?
And a lot of the guys will go back and review, so to speak, because everyone has someone assigned to how did each play work. Okay, what did we use that kind of worked for us during this game? Try and get back to some of those plays, as well as the possibility of showing something you haven't shown already in this game and trying to change things up.
We'll see if they take the advice of Mr. Davis. A gain of 5, good enough for the first down.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right, he's pretty much been completely neutralized. On play action, Allen. And there is Amari Cooper, his first catch. And he slips up past the 45.
Oh, I damn.
Yo, what's good, fam?
In the first half, but he's got one here, and he also picks up a first down.
And that's the kind of play this offense needs to maybe kick them into gear a little bit. They've been stuck in neutral much of the game. Perhaps that can give them a little bit of confidence that big plays are out there.
First down, here's the run with Cook. Yeah, he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. 47 yards now on the ground on just 7 carries. So a 1st and 10 upcoming from Browns territory now as they've got it to the 28-yard line. Nowhere to turn this time, and he goes down. Sacked back at the 29.
Hindsight is 20/20, partner. Maybe they should have kept it on the ground again.
Well, it almost looked like the O-line was run blocking again. I mean, they opened up a big hole last time. This time they opened up a hole, and the quarterback got sacked. Flush to his right. Josh Allen, very athletic at 6'5", showing the versatility, picking up the first on the scramble. Handoff comes to Cook. A little juke. And he is into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. James Cook from 17 yards out. And the Bills take the opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead. That seemed pretty ideal there for the offense, Charles. You take a little bit of time off the clock here in the 3rd quarter, decent length drive, and you pad your lead as well at the end of it.
And what it does is let you feel like you're in control of this game, even more so than a 2-touchdown lead, right? Because you have taken that time off, as you noted, which means they couldn't get you off the field. You ran your playbook the way you wanted to, and you gave your defense some rest. What a big-time drive in that situation.
After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And they're going to wind up with pretty good starting field position as they get it up past the 35. The Browns drive about to get started. They make their second half debut here, and things are looking a little bit tougher now. You give up the points there, Charles, that touchdown drive on the other side. So now it's a 2-score game here. Got to be careful.
They certainly do, and I'm just wondering at halftime if those guys just looked into each other's eyes and realized what they've got to get done and come out a little bit more charged up, because if they don't get some kind of points here, that next drive, that could make this a 3-possession game.
4 yards on the pickup there as it'll leave them with a 3rd and about 4 more for a 1st.
Well, they still have time to get them established, but in my estimation, they've got to pick up the urgency here. They've got to get quickly in and out of the huddle and run off a bunch more plays.
On 3rd down, it's Nick Chubb. And he'll be brought down on what's going to turn out to be the final play of this 3rd quarter. 3 quarters in the books. They'll try to throw now. Winston. This short pass into the hands of Njoku. And they'll get this to the 30-yard line before crossing over out of bounds. And good for 21 yards on the catch and run.
This defense has certainly had an outstanding second half, haven't they? I know they just gave up a 1st down there, and for the offense, they're hoping that that's something that they can jumpstart with and maybe start to move the ball a little bit better. But it's been tough sledding for them here the entire second half.
A short gain here, maybe a yard to the 29. One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. They're tackling them almost on the spot. That means you have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
That's into a crowd and intercepted. And he is going to score. It's a pick 6. football here in upstate New York as you get a look inside Rockin' Highmark Stadium in Orchard Park. And we are underway in Buffalo. And his guys will get the football right at the 20-yard line. They start the drive with Vaughn. Down he goes at the 23, a pickup of 4. Second down and 6 now. Prescott now. Well, that's complete downfield to Cooks. And all the way down to the 37. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Prescott to throw it. Flushed out right. And this time not quite to the 30. It'll be down at the 31-yard line. This 2nd and 4. Vaughn, they'll try the left side. And he's brought down, but not before he reaches the 8-yard line. 23 yards on the pickup there and a first. They've taken this opening kickoff and marched it right down the field defensively. Not much resistance.
And that's the point, because my admiration is for the guys moving the ball right now. They know what they're doing. Their plan is working. But I flip it over and watch and say, okay, what are you going to do to change things up? Because if you don't, they're going to put that ball in the end zone real soon.
Throwing, Prescott. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
I think he had to unload that one before he wanted to. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. And this ball is caught by Lamb. Touchdown, Dallas. 8 yards on the touchdown pass. And the Cowboys have taken the early lead on the road here in Buffalo. Well, Charles, here in their opening series, they said they had certain plays scripted for certain players. That looked like a well-designed play to get one of their top targets involved.
Yeah, let's face it, Brandon. A player of his talent is a problem for any opponent to defend, and we saw it right there. They tried to deny an open lane to him. He still outplayed the coverage and scored the early touchdown. Good luck trying to figure out how to defend him as this game moves on.
So they went for 2 and failed. They didn't use him on the PAT, but now he boots this one away with a 6-0 lead. Now they can't bring him down, and he'll be out of bounds across the 25. Allen and the Bills now with a 1st and 10 at their own 26. Throwing to start the drive. Allen. Into the hands of the tight end, Dalton Kincaid. And he's able to get it all the way down to the 20. A big play here for Buffalo. 54 yards. Now a first carry for the brother of Dalvin. It's James Cook. 2 yards that time. A stark contrast from the big chunk on the previous play. 2nd down and 8. Now Allen. Looking end zone, but it's incomplete.
It's been a good opening drive offensively thus far, but you know they don't want to waste it and settle for a field goal attempt after that incompletion. So this is a big play coming up here on third down.
Rolling to his right. That's to Cook out of the backfield. And he is not going to get to the marker as they stop him short at the 14. He did his best to just get 4 out of that, but not enough. And now fourth down. Allen going to go on fourth down. And it is caught. And he'll be taken down as that will take us to the end of the first quarter of play. 6-0 our score after 1. Second quarter now in Buffalo. It's the Bills in control of the football as they go to work on a 1st and goal. Again, they'll throw with Allen. Touchdown, Bills. Dawson Knox, a touchdown grab from Josh Allen. And the Bills are an extra point away from capturing the lead. Tyler Bass on for the extra point attempt. He's got it, and they take the lead at 7-6. After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And that'll carry over the back line of the end zone for a touchback. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out. Looking to repeat that. Charles' defense, they were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Ball on 1st and 10. And there is nowhere for him to cut back as he's taken down in the backfield. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
I know that speed is the hallmark of today's NFL game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
Looking at a 2nd and 11 now after the loss. Prescott. And that'll be off the mark, too far out in front, and it's incomplete.
To this point, I've been impressed with the work defensively. They have not allowed a lot of receivers to run free. And there's another example, another incompletion.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. That's a good acceleration there as he's across midfield to the 48-yard line. Here's Prescott. And that one too far in front. He couldn't reel it in. It's incomplete.
Well, they've been back on their heels a little bit here in this drive, but a chance to exhale just a little bit there with incompletion on 1st down. Now they have to gear up, try and get 2 more stops, and escape this drive.
Now flags fly in, and one of the Cowboys looked like he got going a little early. And that false start penalty certainly not helping their cause here. 2nd down and long. To throw is Prescott. Left side to Lamb. That's a gain of 11. Would have been a 1st down if not for that penalty moments ago. 2 minutes remaining in this first half of football. But he's turning in a nice performance. Remember, he had the touchdown earlier, and this time he's able to beat double coverage to grab it.
I think that if he weren't worried about a taunting penalty, he'd run by the opposing team's bench and say, guys, 2 is not going to be enough. You better get some more guys trying to cover me. He knows how to get open downfield.
And this pass broken up. But the contact well timed there, and now 4th down.
He did a fine job there of not hitting him before the ball arrived, and I've got to tell you, you can often mistime that play because of the angles of approach. When you're going to get him, sometimes you panic as well and think, I've got to be there right now. Instead, in this case, timed it perfectly and knocked it free.
And he'll be brought down at about the 23-yard line. So after the 4th down conversion, now 1st and 10 inside the 25. Now Prescott. Quick hitter here, it's complete. And he doesn't quite make it, taking it within an eyelash. Dropped at the 1. A good pickup there at 22. So it's 1st and goal and a great opportunity to get that lead back before the break. Diving to try to get the 1st down. He's going to be a little bit shy of the marker. Another shot from the 1 on 2nd and goal. On the sneak, it's Prescott. And he'll get in. He's over for the touchdown. Dak Prescott, as the first half is winding down. And the Cowboys have taken the lead here in the final stages of this first half. They're going to keep it on the ground. And he will find the end zone here, and the lead moves up to 7. And I guess that makes up for the earlier missed 2-point try here to get him to 14.
Yeah, that aggressiveness, it reminds me a lot of when basketball first adopted the 3-point shot, and people were starting to realize that 3 for 2 was really starting to work for them. In this case now, maybe the 2 for 1 is coming into play in the NFL.
So not much time to speak of remaining in this first half as the kick's away. Oh, a good return up past the 30. And they're going to have good starting field position. He's out of bounds, but not before he's across the 35. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. And you wonder if with Allen's arm, they might just take their chances by dialing up a long one. Good starting field position for them as they come up 1st and 10 at their own 37. Play action. Now it's Allen. Letting one fly deep for Cooper. Rifles one, and that's going to be intercepted. And he will be brought down on what will be the final play of this first half. First half in the books. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. And we welcome you back now. Alongside Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gunn, getting set for quarter number 3 here. A one-touchdown ball game, 14-7 our scores. We get back at it on EA Sports. And we will not see a return of the dynamic kickoff and the first. Second half will commence from the 30-yard line. Buffalo offense ready to go for their next drive. Well, out of the locker rooms here they come. Their first drive of the third quarter. And Charles, they're trailing in this ball game, but we got a tight one set up to be a very entertaining second half.
And as we know, partner, in the NFL, there's trailing and there's trailing, right? Sometimes you're discouraged by how much you're down, but in this case, this is a tight ball game, so there's a sense of optimism here. I think they went into half and looked at their play sheet and said, these are the plays we really like. What do you say we use them to start the second half and get us going?
And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down.
The tight end is in position built to move the chains because they can control space underneath. If they've got good hands, then, of course, they're a dynamic target. But one other thing is they're right in the sight lines of a quarterback on just about every play, and that makes it easier for the quarterback to pick him out and deliver. Just about every quarterback is trained to really look downfield first before you come back and make a nice, safe throw. And in this case, that's exactly what he did. Found his running back, let him create some space, and it turned out to be a nice play for the offense.
And he's going to be met at about the 43. Allen from the gun on third down. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he is going to have a Bills first down, and he'll have it by plenty as they're able to keep the drive alive on 3rd and inches. From the gun, it's a give to Cook. A good gain of 9 before he's brought down at the 28. Just need a yard here. 2nd and 1. Allen now looks to throw. And he'll be hit as he releases it, and that'll fall incomplete.
When defenses get to the quarterback that quickly, a lot of times it's called a jailbreak. It wasn't quite that fast, but fast enough that he had no time to look downfield and set himself to throw the ball. And as he tried to do that, he was hit, and it forced an incompletion.
To the air, Allen. He's got his target. That's complete. And he is into the end zone for a Buffalo touchdown. Keon Coleman, 28 yards. And the Bills are within an extra point of tying up this ball game. Well, on that connection, it looked like they maybe had some pre-play communication. Maybe one of them noticed an area that was open to the defense to get the pass to.
When you put the time in, sometimes you have that great silent communication that you just notice right there because the best quarterback receiver combos in the they see something on the play, and they got it done there.
Nothing separating these two teams on the scoreboard as the kick's away here. Oh, some hitting going on now. This has been a tight game, and he takes a big shot there on the return. The Dallas offense here set to begin the drive. Their halftime lead now evaporated. We're back to level following that touchdown a moment ago.
And that shouldn't change the mindset a whole lot from an offensive perspective because they already knew this was going to be a hard-fought game. Now they just need to go out, execute their game plan, and keep moving.
And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. 19 yards there on the catch and run.
Doesn't matter whether it's a zone coverage or man coverage, the drag route can be effective when it's run well.
Took just one play to move all the way to the 44 as they try again on first down. Looking to throw. Prescott. And this throw a bit late as he couldn't reach back for it.
I can assure you, setting up a screen is much more difficult than it appears. It requires excellent timing from everyone on the offense, and a defense's #1 goal is to throw that timing off.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And this is going to be a Cowboys first down as he's got this up to the 45-yard line.
How about that there? No frills, no additives, right? Nothing crazy. Just find a way to pick up the first down. A nice run right there.
So 1st and 10 now in Buffalo territory at the 45-yard line. Running behind center with Vaughn. And he goes diving forward to try to get an extra yard or two.
And they're not going to get to the line to run another play. So we will switch ends as the third quarter has come to a close. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Here now, 2nd and 4. Now Prescott. This one swung out to Vaughn. And he gets it down a yard or two shy of the 30 before he's out of bounds. 7 yards there and a first down. And at his size, he's a smaller back. You can get him the football. He can kind of get lost, make someone miss. It's good for him.
Yeah, it's great for him. I like what you said there. Sometimes he gets lost in the traffic a little bit, but get him out in the open field into some space. That plays to his strengths the best and keeps him out of it where all the big boys are, you know, make someone miss in the open field.
Not a huge carry there on first down, but not all of them will be. But still, all in all, a positive play for the offense. It's all about picking up at least a few to set up what you're going to do here on second down.
Handoff coming left is Vaughn.
And only able to muster a couple down to about the 27.
This is what happens sometimes when you abandon the running game. It's hard to get back to it because once guys get out of that mentality of firing out and hitting people, hard to get them started again occasionally.
Here's Prescott. Open man right side, it's Lamb. And he will have a Cowboys first down. They needed 5 there on third down. He winds up getting 7. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. All tied up, less than 2 minutes to go. So the Cowboys in possession of the football here as we get you reset. They come up now on 2nd and 2.
It's a keeper with Prescott. And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the 9.
But they picked up a little bit of yardage there, and now, in this situation, should be in no hurry to run a play really fast. Let the clock wind down.
On the sneak, it's Prescott. And he's taken down, and that'll get him a little bit closer. Every yard at this point will help your field goal kicker out. But not much on that run, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground, honed in on it, and stopped them. Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
Running to the right, this is Vaughn.
And the hole closes quickly here. He can fight only to about the 4. Now, what's the thinking here? Because a touchdown would be nice, but you've ensured yourself a chance at 3 in the lead, so how worried are you about the 6?
You're not very worried about if you're confident in your kicker. And if you got a kicker who can put it through the post, you feel really good about trying to bleed that clock down. In an ideal scenario, your kicker puts it through the post as the clock hits zeros.
Now they get the timeout. It leads you to wonder, will they kick it here or risk running another play and possibly not getting down in time? We'll see.
This crowd doing all they can. Here's 3rd and goal. Here's Dak.
Throwing the out route incomplete. It's Hall. Now here's a timeout as they will indeed call it with 5 seconds to go and a chance with a field goal to win the game.
All right, field goal gets you the lead here. I mean, but I might want to just go ahead and go for something big.
Oh, come on, you got to kick it.
I mean, you got to be glad I'm not the head coach here, right? The whole team would want to revolt at this point.
Oh, they get to the football. It's blocked.
Obviously just a gigantic play here, tied late in the 4th quarter, getting the block to keep this game level.
Yeah, and Brandon, I know that I should be giving a lot of credit to how it was set up and how they scouted it. Let's just give credit to the player who made the play. He understood the situation totally and did something just a little bit extra in order to affect that block.
And we will get a timeout with 2 ticks left.
Get some momentum, hero!
Throwing, Allen. They'll start this drive out on the ground. And he's taken down, but not before reaching the 20. And we have free football. Overtime. Here we go, my friend.
And the way this game played out, this is exactly how it should end, going to overtime, because neither one got an advantage today.
So the Bills going to be the first to get it as we are back underway here in overtime. Oh, a good-looking return set up here. And he'll get to the 30-yard line before going out of bounds. The Bills come to the line to start their next drive. So they fake the handoff. Now Allen. Throw left side complete. That's Cook. Just a gain of a couple there. And it'll be second down.
All defenses worry that whenever anyone catches the ball and has a head of steam come out of the backfield, it could turn into a big play with missed tackles or he runs through people. But they were right there waiting, and they stopped him for a minimal gain.
Now 2nd and 8 at the 32-yard line. Now Allen. And this is going to be caught, but they'll say out of bounds. So it's incomplete. 3rd and 8 situation. A tough spot here in overtime on the opening drive. To throw, it's Allen. And this is dropped. Oh, it's incomplete. He had a big gainer in his sights, but he could not reel it in. A big call here in overtime. They're going for it on 4th down. Allen gonna throw. Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he'll have it past midfield almost to the 40 before being taken down. So from Cowboy territory now, here's 1st and 10 at the 41. The 20. And did he get in? No. They'll mark him out at the 1-yard line. 64 yards rushing for him now. He's carried the ball just 5 times. After the big play, a chance to finish now on 1st and goal. Allen now on the sneak. And he'll get in. Touchdown, Buffalo. It's a 1-yard touchdown run. And the Bills take the blocked field goal and convert it into 6 points. Allen will try to throw for it. Out to his left. And he'll get into the end zone. That gives his guys an 8-point lead.
Let's go! No, it's your win, bruh.
After the touchdown, Bass to kick it away. And that one going to hop into the end zone, and it'll come out to the 20. About set for this next drive by the Cowboys offense. Last time, that a little bit of a special teams breakdown. That field goal was blocked.
Yeah, and everything has to be precise in the kicking game.
And I think the ball's out, but this will get out of bounds, so possession will stay the same. Well, obviously, you never want to fumble, but if you do, good to be towards the sideline and saves them the possession.
Saves the embarrassment, saves it going down on the play sheet as a turnover. But I still think it should go to the defense, even if they don't recover it. If you give up the football, you gave up the football.
Agree to disagree, I guess.
Can you tell what I played?
Yeah, you played defense. Yeah. I'll let you go.
I took a shot.
Prescott to throw it. And that's complete to Cooks. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down.
Prescott now. He'll get this to his running back, Dowdle. And he'll go out of bounds. It appears right at the 45.
Don't do that again, fam.
We always talk about having to read defenses and how complicated
There you go, lagging again.
Excellent read. Read the pressure and got rid of the football before it even got to him for a nice game.
And when they're blitzing like that, running back usually a good spot to go with the football.
Without a doubt, because he's right in your sight line or he's near you. So you're able to just get it to him easily. And once he gets in space, that's usually a good matchup for him.
Philadelphia is known for having some very vocal fans, and nearly 70,000 of them are letting their voices be heard already. Welcome inside Lincoln Financial Field. Jake Elliott is out ready to kick this one away. And away we go at the link. This will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. The drive begins with Henry. He's 4A up the middle. That's about 3. Zach Vaughn with the tackle. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. Running once more with Henry. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Is Reed Blankenship making the stop?
You know, that's a good run right there. Keep the offense on schedule. If he can average that type of yards per carry, this guy's going to be more than all right with letting him lead the show.
Eagles with an extra man in the secondary for this 3rd down. Another run for Henry. He's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stops. This one goes for 3 yards. And that'll be 1st down, Baltimore.
Okay, you know me, I can't resist. I thought we might have needed the old Gene Steratore index card down there. Making a really close measurement to see if we got the first down there. But in the end, the right call was made. He got just enough to move the chains.
He doesn't slide down and he pays for it. Big shot sends him to the ground.
Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing, and at least move him forward.
This is Henry on 2nd. And he got it real close, but stopped just about a yard or so shy of that 1st down.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to. Because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you really break the backs of the defense.
Here's the give on 3rd and short. And he's down. Looks like they made the stop at the 46-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, and that's going to get him across the marker and earn the first.
Now, you'd sure love to see a little more yardage when you get into the open field, but this offense, it'll take a new set of downs with that toss around.
First down. Here's Lamar. He lays it over the middle to bring that one in. They'll get 18 yards there.
first down. Lamar back to throw. Passing in the hands of Mark Andrews. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them the first down.
And he will carry this across for the Baltimore touchdown. The Ravens finish up an excellent opening series. Derrick Henry, the touchdown. What an outstanding opening series, partner. They just wore down that defense as they marched their way to the end zone.
Yeah, it took a whole bunch of that opening script to find a touchdown, but it showed just how well designed that script was. It was the right sequence of plays to keep that ball moving and find the end zone, getting your offense established in its top gear right here early on.
Tucker adds the PAT. And the Ravens will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Tucker on to handle the kickoff. On the return, Britton Covey. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down. Chance here for one final play before the end of the quarter. Hurts comes out throwing. Taken in by Smith. He'll go down after pushing this up to the 29. Ready now for our second quarter. The Eagles have the football. They have it on 2nd and short. Operating from the gun. Here's Hurts. It's caught with Saquon Barkley. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
From the 41. They run it with Saquon Barkley. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down. 2nd and 3. It's into the hands of Barkley. And he's able to cross midfield before going out. That goes as a 4-yard pickup, and it gets him a first down.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. Shotgun snap for Hurts. Short pass caught by his tight end. What a hit! He gets flattened to the ground.
The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk, and it was nearly a big play.
A play fake, now Hurts to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
On the play fake, it's Hurts. They'll have to wait for the pass rush. Hit as he threw it, leads to the incompletion. 4th down coming up.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Offense still staying out after the incompletion. They're going to try on 4th. On 4th down, Hurts. He fires one deep down. He's got it inside the 10.
That's what you want to see on your opening drive. Boom! Connect on a big shot, and instantly you set a tone to to be aggressive in this game today. Boy, do I love that.
From inside the one, here's first and goal. Gonna keep this one and go. And he's in for the touchdown. The Eagles earn the chance to tie before halftime. Jalen Hurts with a touchdown on a quarterback sneak to the end zone. The fact that they pulled that out on a first and goal, Brock, didn't wait for a later down. Gotta imagine that played a part in its success, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it. It sure did, and I would have loved to see those eyes in the huddle, right? When you call QB sneak and
Elliott's all set for the kickoff. Deontay Hardy to return. And this drive will start inside the 25. They'll get this drive started. First and 10. Shotgun snap to Jackson. He's got Andrews. Escapes a defender. That one goes for 25 yards. And that'll be first down, Baltimore.
so many cool fundamentals on display right there, Kate. Put the ball in your hands, number one. Don't turn your eyes away from it before it gets to you. And when you've got that catch secured, snap that head forward and find that space upfield. Turn good play. Which you look great play.
And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They get 22 on that one. And that's good for a Ravens first down.
Even with everything he wrapped up on that run, you could argue he deserved maybe a little bit more. That call was the perfect one to break for big yards. The only thing that saved the defense from the score was getting that contact to slow him down and eventually, finally, stop him.
First down, and they go right back to it. Another big rip for it. And finally, he's down at the 5-yard line. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with first and goal.
I'll tell you what, Kay, one of the things I'm most proud of coming out of the broadcast are my O-line buddies that will hit me up during the game and say thank you. Thank you for finally showing some love and giving some light to what those big boys are doing up front. I got to play with some of the best to do it. I got to see it.
And he gets in. Touchdown, Baltimore. The Ravens get some late points and the lead. Derrick Henry, the touchdown. Tucker able to tack on the extra points. And the Ravens break that tie and now lead by 7. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. No return as this bounces into the end zone. The ball's coming out to the 20. Just over 30 seconds left in the half as they come to the line. First down throwing for Hurts. Buying some time right. Catch is made down the right sideline.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this game. You got to get the explosive jump. You got to get the big play, and that throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
He rolls to his right. On the move, looking deep. Risky throw, and they're going to intercept it. And the Ravens make the defensive stand and come through with a turnover in the final moments of the half. Oh, man, I'm having to hold my partner back after this one. Captain Fundamental not happy that he didn't take the time to stop and get set before delivering that football. Gotta think that in part led to the turnover.
Yeah, captain fundamental because I couldn't run. Kind of like Tom Brady, right? But he's the essence of it. He's the GOAT. Why? Because he sets his feet. He's so fundamentally sound. The chance of interception so much higher when your fundamentals are no good.
It's okay, buddy. It's gonna be okay. And he gets out close to the 25 before he's out of bounds.
But once a play breaks down, you're just looking for a running lane. Just a little bit of room. Just a little bit of air in the pocket. He found one of those two, but the defense swarms towards him and denies him the other.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 23. He's cut along the left sideline. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
Back to throw it. This pass is complete. That's Zay Flowers.
This entire play, Kate, depends on how well he can separate from his man. You get man-to-man coverage, it's really about two things: separation and trust. Because QBs want to throw it before he breaks. That's the trust. And then they got to believe that separation can create the big play down the field.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. So we're through 2 quarters now. Still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Heward, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. Now Tucker on to handle the kickoff. Return starts from the goal line. They stop him right as he gets up past the 15. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Buys time, rolling right. The ball is out. Oh, but the fumble goes out of bounds. Ooh, close call there.
You know, those defensive guys, they will tell you that the sidelines are best friend, right? A lot of these routes are trying to push the receivers and remove the real estate. Sometimes the sidelines could be an offensive player's best friend when that ball bounces harmlessly out of bounds.
Couldn't connect with Dallas Goedert. So now they have 3rd and short. Working across the middle, Brock. It is tough for anybody to make plays through all that mess, even when you're the biggest and baddest pass catcher on the roster.
But as a tight end, you're going to be disappointed because that's what you're paid to do. It's one thing for those undersized receivers to talk about. It's another one for these big tight ends. You are paid to make that catch through contact, and you couldn't do it.
1st and 10. Here's Hurts. He finds Smith. And he's going to be blocked out at the 42. Offense up to the line fast. On 2nd down, here's Barkley. And he's officially in the enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49. Working quickly here. On 1st down, Hurts. He's got Smith. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. The dose of the hurry-up offense here. They'll go from the gun with Barkley. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Throwing now, 3rd and 2. On the sideline, Brown brings it in. They strike for 23 yards. And that's a Philadelphia 1st down. From the red zone now. To the edge of the end zone. It's incomplete. Took his shot at 6 that time. And it sets up 2nd down. Tough to blame him for that drop, Brock. Even if it would have been a touchdown, that was a great effort defensively, timing that hit, keeping them from hitting the end zone.
Reaction and burst. You get in the red zone defensively, you'll hear it all the time. You cannot wait. You've got to react. And then you got to burst. And that defender does a tremendous job of breaking that pass out for contact.
And he's going to be taken down near the 8-yard line. A nice pickup of 11 there, Brock, and they'll have first and goal to figure out. Now he'll throw off the play fake. He brings it in. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Elliott on now to attempt the point after. The point after splits the upright. And the Eagles cut it to a field goal game. Ball is set up and it's away. Just a 3-point game now. Hardy on the return. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10. Third quarter starts with a run from Henry. He's contained at the line for no gain. Zach Bond with the tackle. No progress on first down, and that'll bring up second and 10. Kistler snap to Jackson. Flush down out to his left. He's keeping it. Looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. They come to the line here. This is 3rd and 6. Looking to throw. They did it. He made the interception. Vontae Maddox comes up with it. And the Eagles have some new life in the 4th. Third down from this distance, Brock. That is a spot you expect your offense to convert, but you also expect your defense to make the stop. This time, the defense won out with a nice interception.
Yeah, in that scenario, it's really like an outfielder in baseball, Kate, right? If you're going to go for it, as a defender, if you're going to just pull the trigger and you're going to go for it, you better make it happen, and you better get that pick. Otherwise, you're giving up the first down conversion. He gets the pick, and those defensive coaches and that defense celebrating on the sidelines.
12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the first. Barkley trying this up the gut. And he's chased all the way to the sideline and out of bounds near the line of scrimmage. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10.
Where one defender failed, well, his buddy was there to swarm to the ball and make that play just as it gets to the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 10 now. Bails out of the pocket quick. Ooh, look at this, here he goes. Decent yardage picked up here before he slides down to avoid the tackle.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide at practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play, and denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on him.
Pass caught by Gainwell. And he gets this forward to the 19. 2 yards on the pickup. And that's good for an Eagles first down. From the gun, get to Gainwell. And he pushes it further into the red zone, down inside the 15. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you can be a Pro Bowler. From the pistol, Hurts.
Anticipated the quick staccato pass there. It's knocked away. Incomplete. Couldn't connect with Dallas Goedert. And it'll be 3rd and 5 coming up.
I know a DB in the stat sheet loves to see INT and not PBU, but as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible, he does the next best thing and knocks it away.
He'll throw it. So that brings us to the 2-minute warning in Philly. Eagles down by only 3. A lot of pressure on this kick for Jake Elliott. High percentage look for him here from the left hash. Timeout taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. Third down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. Looking to throw it. This one's good. And he's touched as they pick up that first down on 4th. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. And they try to power it forward, but only a couple of yards there. Now we're going to have a timeout taken by Baltimore. It's 2nd. As they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down. Here he is to throw. Headed out right. Dumps it off to his running back. And this one's stopped at the 3-yard line.
It's one thing to draw all these routes up when you're in the pocket. It's quite another when a play breaks down. Timing on routes change when you leave the pocket and scramble. What a great adjustment to still deliver a clean ball.
And he scores. It's a Philadelphia touchdown. The Eagles jump in front late. A.J. Brown, the touchdown. And it's good, so they take the lead and the extra point buys them some breathing room. Elliott's all set for the kickoff. And that one hit the landing zone first and then into the end zone. So it's going to be a touchback out to the 20. They're out and set. 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. Forced out to his right. And the roll on the grab. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Big play to begin the drive. That's up to the 37. Back to throw. And he got there in time. He's taken down. And they spike the football as we get down under 50 seconds to play. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
We've learned how valuable sacks and a pass rush are in today's NFL. It's a bit surprising, isn't it, Kate, that that's their first sack of the game, but they found other ways to produce success on both sides of the ball. And they finally picked up a much-needed sack on that stat sheet.
They'll make a big for it on the ground. And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first. Timeout taken by the Ravens. That is their final one. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least. Offense going for it here. 4th and 5. Here he is to throw.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the New England Patriots and the Arizona Cardinals. And it's all up next.
Now, from the Valley of the Sun, EA Sports welcomes you inside State Farm Stadium. Just north of downtown Phoenix, Arizona. There's a couple of teams that struggle here. It's under 500. That's what they know how the new season brings renewed optimism.
So a lot of new faces at critical places. I mean, there's a lot of new pieces to the puzzle here. Coaching staff and quality for the players. They believe last year is over. They do not think there is any correlation between the score they put on the field today and that one that we saw really go through some growing pains and struggles just a year ago.
Matt Prater, been around a long time, will get us started here. And off we go from Glendale. The return, it's Antonio Gibson. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The New England offense getting ready to go to work here. They'll be led by the man from North Carolina, 6'4", quarterback Drake May.
You hear people talk about it all the time, and it's especially true, Mike, for young rookie quarterbacks, is just the speed of the game. They had a lot of success in college. They were probably the best player on their team, but just everything is faster. Everything happens with a little more urgency. The quarterbacks at the young age that can make that transition the quickest, everything else then tends to slow down.
First play, and May goes to the end. Oh, no, right at the start and loses the football. And the defense has it.
You know, with the importance being placed on yards after the catch, we're seeing more and more guys really emphasize turning into a runner as soon as possible. And, of course, it's a critical part of today's modern offense. But the part you have to remember, the yards are never more important than protecting the ball. So it needs to continue to be stressed. Yes, we want the big explosive play after the catch, but never at the expense of the ball.
So out comes the Arizona offense for the first time. And here is Kyler Murray, the #1 overall pick in 2019 to lead them.
I don't know if you saw it, Mike, but as the...
And remember now, all turnovers have to be verified by a replay, so they might be taking a look at this one. At issue was the knee, or any other body part except the hand, down before the ball comes loose. And are the visuals convincing enough to overturn the call on the field? So that one overturned. They say the runner was down, and that will not be a fumble.
That's not what I saw.
Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. And the first carry for Antonio Gibson. And he'll be close to a first down. A gain of a couple as they mark him just short. Trying to avoid the early 3 and out. They face 3rd and a yard. They'll try to run for this. It's Stevenson. Stevenson has got a first down and more. And he will get all the way down to the Patriots' 38-yard line. They get the conversion on 3rd down. It was a gain of 27.
That's the mindset I just love seeing from a running back, Mike. His eyes weren't just on that first down marker. They were on getting that first and some on top of it. That's pretty impressive.
Open man, Demario Douglas. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Second down and 3. Operating from the shotgun, it's May. Ball in by tight end Henry. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
And he finds a little bit of space. He'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. Working out of the gun. It's Madden. Down Gibson out of the backfield. And he's in. Antonio Gibson. Touchdown, New England. And Greg, that is the way you love to start one of those games. Get off the bus, get on the field, get in the end zone. The road team with the first 6 of this one.
And you can just see, Mike, it takes a lot of the air out of the stadium. And this crowd, they're fired up, started the game, trying to make their presence felt. And the opposing team goes all the way down for an opening drive touchdown. That's an ideal way to start when you find yourself on the road.
Slides extra point, up and good. And the Patriots will take a 7-0 lead. Touchdown. Here's Slide to kick it away. Here comes DJ Dallas on the return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. First carry for James Conner. And they will finally track him down inside the 40-yard line.
I think this is something that we can expect to see here, especially early, Mike, as this team gets into a rhythm. They want to lean on this run game. They feel like they have a lot of advantages over this defense, and you can see from the first play here why they feel that way.
They put Wilson in motion. Murray now to throw on 1st down. And he will not get back to the line of scrimmage. That's going to go down as a sack and a loss of a couple.
And now we're seeing the game kind of go back and forth. Each team trading blows, trying to establish control over the other. Nice chunk play on the previous play. The defense responds back with a sack, and we're going to see which team can establish a little bit more of this control as the game unfolds.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11.
I want to see your TV celebration dance.
From the gun, it's Murray. He gets that to his big target, Trey McBride. Here's a 3rd down and 4. Working out of the gun, Murray. He finds his man, it's Torch. He's going to have the 1st down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need.
But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
He'll throw on first down with Mark. Open man is Marvin Harrison Jr. Inside the 15-yard line.
You've heard me say 1,000 times, the easiest thing to throw the ball in the NFL is first down. And teams wait until later in the possession to throw the ball. So early first down completion, you're on the plus side of the field. Now you're thinking strike. Touchdown, field goal, but either way, I'm coming away with points.
And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
The key to good route running, Mike, is deceiving the man covering you into thinking you're doing one thing, and then you change it and do the other. And in this case, he had the defender thinking this was a vertical downfield route. And then next thing you know, he gets to his break point, he breaks in, and that ball's put right on the money.
And he will score. James Conner. Touchdown, Arizona.
And what a response by this offense. It's not easy taking the field, Mike, for the first time in the game, and you find yourself already down to score. They watch their opponent kind of march down the field and score on the opening possession, and they're able now to go out and square it on up. Allows you to take a deep breath, maybe get a little confidence for your defense to go out and get a stop, and they come away with this extra point. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. On the return, here comes Gibson. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. The Patriots offense going to take over now for the second time. We'll try to break out of this deadlock. We are all even at 7 as they start this drive, 1st and 10. Drive 24 on the first play.
Didn't take them long to get now to their opponent's side of the field. I like the idea of starting this drive with some explosive pass plays. That's going to open everything up, both underneath in the passing game and on the ground. So big play to get this drive off to a fast start.
They'll give up the middle to Stevenson. What more could you ask for on first down? Nice run of 8, setting up 2nd and short. It's the tight end Henry in motion. On play action, here's May. Completed to Douglas. He'll be out of bounds, but after picking up the first down on a gain of 7.
Nothing a quarterback loves more, Mike, than being able to pick up a first down without being forced to push the ball downfield and force it past the line to gain. He settles for the underneath check down. He's confident that his receiver is going to pick up the rest after the catch.
This one complete to Bourne. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. The throw is made. One taken by Douglas. And a He'll be taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down.
Sit here, Mike, and say there's ever a good time to throw a red zone interception, but in this case, it's the first half. You have the rest of the game to get yourself back down here in the red zone and make up for that miscue, because next time they get down here, they got to be a lot more careful when they decide to air it out.
The Cardinals offense ready to see what they can do on their second possession. All even here in this opening quarter. And the drive will begin with first down.
Build that momentum, offense.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that any time the team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air to try to seize on some of that momentum. We just saw a great example of it here.
Power run inside. Here's Connor. Not much happening there. Just a short game. Here's 2nd and 9. From the shotgun, it's Murray. And the quarterback scrambling, maneuvers his way back to the line of scrimmage, but that's all he can get out of that one.
So often the best pass defense is a good pass rush, and that's exactly what we saw here. The pass rush disrupted this play from the very start. The quarterback has all of his attention on the rushers rather than his receivers downfield. All he can manage to do is get back to the original line of scrimmage.
He'll fire one deep for Harrison. And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
My jersey.
So on 4th down, it's Blake Gillikin to punt for Arizona. Back deep for New England, Demario Douglas. A fair catch signaled, and they'll have it just outside their own 20. So now the New England offense getting ready for their next possession. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Love to start any drive like that. 18 on the first play. And a first down.
You don't want to make a living off of making these kind of throws, Mike. It's one thing to throw into tight coverage, but it's another thing to throw into tight double coverage. And while the quarterback gets away with one here, I don't think you want to make a living doing it.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. To throw now. May. He's got his man. Keyshawn Boutte. And he's taken down on what should be the final play of this first quarter. A touchdown apiece here in the first quarter of play. All even on the scoreboard. Greg and I back here in Glendale after this. send is made. That'll be complete to Gibson. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. To throw again. He's got his big tight end, Henry. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a first down after a gain of 7.
There's this misconception out there, Mike, that in the NFL you have to run the same amount of run plays as you do pass plays. As you're seeing in this drive, you can fall on one side of that coin a little bit more as long as you're able to remain effective and efficient. So far, their passing game has dominated here early. And that last pickup leads to the first down.
And he'll work his way down inside the 30. Shooing off 7 yards on that.
Good decision by the quarterback. In this situation, all you're looking to do is have a positive play. He decides to pull it, and that's exactly what he's able to do.
Here's 2nd and 3 to go. We'll get this out to the left flat. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8. Throwing now is mid. And they get to him and finally bring him down. It will go down as a sack.
Feels like they needed that sack this entire drive. It feels like the defense was really on their heels. The offense was taking it to them really however they wanted to. So to be able to take a deep breath now, disrupt the rhythm of the drive by getting that sack, that might go a long way now to allow them to get off the field.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. A carry now for Gibson. And they are not going to catch him. He's in. Antonio Gibson. Touchdown, Patriots. His 2nd TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead.
Just a great way to finish off the drive, and it was something they thought they had a matchup advantage all week long, was in the ground game. And you can see here, they executed at the offensive line. He got some nice blocks downfield from his wide receivers and tight ends, and he was able to do the rest.
Sly now for the point after. He's got it. And the Pats will move out to a 14-7 lead. The touchdown. Here's Sly to kick it away. To return is Greg Gort. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. The Cardinals offense and their veteran running back James Conner set to take over again. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for 1st and 10.
Could be the turning point. There you go. Let's exploit them here on this drive.
They go play action now. Murray. He keeps it himself. They bring him down to 9 till he gets the 45-yard line.
You know, Mike, I like everything about this play except the very end. You've already picked up good yardage. Now get down on the ground and protect yourself. There's no reason to take those shots.
Here's 1st and 10. McBride is the motion man. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
Move it.
McBride is the motion man. Second down. Murray. Oh, what a run. Down inside the 30-yard line.
The challenge of defending a dual-threat quarterback in the NFL, Mike, is that you just don't see them week in and week out. So in this case, we defend everything perfectly downfield. It's hard to account for a quarterback who can run. He escapes the pressure, tucks it down himself, and he picks up a big gain.
Make some good plays today.
Plan. It's Murray. Here's a shot. Hit the end zone. Christian Gonzalez, first rounder out of Oregon. Tight coverage there.
It's hard to play that ball any better than the way that defender did right there. I mean, to stay patient throughout the entire play and make sure that not only are you in prime position to make it, but that once the ball is there, attack it, knock it down, and save a touchdown.
Again, running right. It's covered. And it'll be a pickup of 3. So third down, forthcoming. Working from the shotgun, it's Murray. He'll try to get there on the ground.
Defense on the first play. Pick this one up himself. I think the officials are going to just shoot.
So instead of going for the first down, in comes the field goal unit. Bit of a surprise here. Raiders' kick is good. And the Cardinals are back within 4 at 14-10.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
So Raider now, after the made field goal, back out to kick off. On the return, here comes Gibson. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line. The Patriots offense getting their final instruction before heading back onto the field. The lead sits at 4. So we'll try to add on to that. This drive begins with 1st and 10. Get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's 2nd and 6. Operating for the shotgun. It's Madden. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8.
The drag route is certainly not the most complicated route on the route tree, but a really nice job there using the scheme to create separation. He did a really nice job there working across the middle of the field as he made himself open.
Here's May to throw it on 1st down. Now he'll run it.
The best quarterbacks don't see the rush, they feel the rush, and that's exactly what this guy was able to do here. He's able to escape the initial pressure and immediately realizes, I got some space out in front of me. Picks up a solid gain here on first down.
They'll work now on 2nd and 4. Here's Gibson. And he's going to take this past the 45. That's good enough for a first down.
Second down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a first down.
So, a pair of first downs moves him out to the 47-yard. And a first and 10. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's second down. Here's May. Quick throw, taken in. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
Offensively, landing a lot of body blows on this drive, Mike. Just the ability to steadily march the ball downfield and remain so efficient, both run and pass. As they continue to wear this defense out, they have to find a way to end this drive with points. Anything short of that, you've been able to take it.
Modest gain, maybe 2 yards. It's second down. Remaining here in this first half. We'll have more from Glendale after this. Second down and 8. Going is May. Throughout another catch for his favorite target.
Similar to a tight end, the slot receiver is often considered the safety blanket. He makes all the difficult catches, tends to be a little bit more around the line of scrimmage, and so far today, he's certainly lived up to that reputation.
Here's third down and a few inches. Back to throw. He'll try to set up the screen to Stevenson. The screen works for 10 yards and a first down.
That last completion's going to go a long way towards at least finishing this 2-minute drive, Mike, with some points. You're already in field goal range, so now the idea is continue to work the clock down, take a couple shots at the end zone. You want to get points, ideally a touchdown, but either way, you have the ball last before the end of the second quarter.
To throw on first down is May. They try to set up the screen, but this one doomed from the start. It's incomplete.
A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
Here's May again. There's that man again. Another catch. Now the Patriots going to use their first timeout as the clock stops with 46 seconds remaining in the first half.
It may not have moved the chains, but with what they were dealing with there on second down, that's a really nice pickup, because now it opens up your play call sheet on third down where it's a little bit more manageable.
Can they keep this drive rolling? Here is third and inches. Throw again. Here's May. And he's going to have the first down. They convert on third, and it sets up a first and goal.
So on these play calls, Mike, on third and inches, typically how it goes is we're going to try to take a shot, then there's a medium zone option, and then the last resort is just pick up the first down with something underneath and get that fresh set of down. So
nowhere to get away, and he's going to go down. All the way back at the 14 now. second down and goal. The motion man here is Bull. Made to throw on second down. He throws it in around the 5. Nice run here on second down inside the 5 with more options now available for third and goal. The Pats going to stop it here. They'll use their third and final timeout.
Big play! Big play!
Joey Sly comes on. They'll try the field goal here. This about as short as you can get. Sly's kick is good. And the Patriots going to tack on 3 more, extending the lead here late in the first half.
It's always a little bit of a letdown, Mike. You find yourself deep in the red zone and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through and they get 3.
So 2 seconds left to play, and the kick's away. This one is fielded in the end zone, but he will not bring it out. It's a touchback, and this drive will begin at the 30-yard line. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Working out of the gun, Murray. Taking off. So we at halftime. The visiting Patriots are on top as we send you to Orlando to check in with the coach, Jonathan Coachman. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Mike, thanks very much, and welcome in, everyone, to our EA Sports halftime report. These 2 teams making their way back out of their locker room, so that means we're just about set for the second half. And to bring it your way, we go back out to Mike and Greg.
Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. Mike is going to play a big role in who wins this one. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. The Cards offense going to have the first crack at it as we begin this third quarter. Find themselves trailing 17-10 now as they come up with first down and 10. They'll come up on a second down and 8.
Down the field, offense!
Out of the pistol, it's Murray. A throw left side, but it's going to wind up incomplete. Tip Ryman, the tight end, was the intended target. And it's going to be third down.
Timing and trust. Critical elements of this quick passing game. If your target and the quarterback are not on the same page, it winds up being an incompletion and a wasted down.
They put Wilson in motion. On third down, Murray. They'll be forced to just throw that one away.
It's incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on first and second down, Mike. Living in these third and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
The Cardinals line up for a punt as he's on to punt for the second time. That is good coverage by the punt team as they meet him and bring him down. The Patriots offense and Drake May making their way back out, and he's had it go into the first half. Really had his way with the secondary. They have been powerless to stop him. Now they're trying to keep it going. Set to go now on first and 10. We'll start on the ground with Stevenson. And nothing on that one, back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it.
So often when it comes to safeties, Mike, we talk about their speed and their range. But for him to be able to come up and make a tackle and be physical at the point of attack and keep this ball carrier to no gain, that's pretty impressive.
On second down, it's May. Followed in by the tight end, Henry. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
One of the things that makes him one of the best receivers in the NFL, Mike, is his ability to create separation downfield. He makes it so easy for his quarterback to not only find him, but to constantly create a nice throwing window like he did right there.
On first and 10. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. This duo, dynamite. 18 yards on that connection, and another first.
Every quarterback's dream is, can I get the ball out of my hand as fast as possible and get it to a guy that can do the rest after the catch? And it seems like nowadays, throughout the entire league, the best offenses thrive in yards after the catch.
He'll be taken down at the 25-yard line.
This is where you have to be careful, Mike. You find yourself winning in the second half. Human instinct says, all right, let's just sit on the ball and protect the lead and let the clock run out. You can't do that. Stay aggressive. Do what got you here. Continue to mix the run with the pass. Keep your foot on the gas and try to extend this lead.
They'll run here with Gibson. And he'll get about 6 there, setting up second down. Taken down. The gain is 6, and it's a new set of downs. He picked up the first down. Now Gibson. And that one goes down in the backfield. What a defensive play. Knifing in, dropping him for the loss.
Great job by that linebacker timing his blitz. He didn't give any indication to the offense that he was coming. And he's able to get through that hole and take the ball carrier down for a loss.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. On the ground, Gibson. And a determined run there. He gets about 7 yards inside the 10-yard line. Third and 6. Working out of the gun. It's May. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
You can't fault the quarterback on this one, Mike. He really didn't even have much of an opportunity. By the time he hit the top of his drop and got his eyes downfield, The defense was all over him, and he really had no choice but to just get that ball out of his hand and live to play another snap.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Pats will extend their third-quarter lead.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
Joey Sly back out to kick this one away. DJ Dallas now to return. Nice job by the return team as he takes it across the 30-yard line. The Cardinals offense and their running back set to go once more. The deficit is at 10, so an important drive forthcoming. Getting started with 1st and 10. On that one, maybe a gain of a yard. It's 2nd down. They put Wilson in motion. Off the play fake. Here's Murray. A short one here, caught by McBride. Here now, 3rd and 5.
Spread the ball on the stride.
From the shotgun, it's Murray. They try to run for it. Give him 11 on the scramble. They give them a new set of downs.
This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up the 1st down.
Off the play fake. Here's Murray. There he goes again. We're going to work this down inside the 45.
We've seen this quarterback have some effective plays with his legs all game today, Mike. He knows when to stay in there and look to pass, but he also knows when it's time to tuck it and go, and he's able to pick up good yardage there.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. They go play action for Murray. And to the right side, caught by McBride. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
Keep those sticks moving.
And he'll manage to bring this down to about the 37. Jabril Peppers up from his safety spot to bring him down. Third and 5. From the gun, it's Murray. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker. And that is going to set up an interesting 4th down decision.
I think this is one of those plays that when the ball carrier watches this back in the film room tomorrow, he's going to be a little frustrated with himself. If he could just have made that one guy miss, he picks up the 1st down. Instead, he gets brought down short of the sticks. And now they got a 4th down decision to make.
Murray to throw for it on 4th down. The throw here is complete. And he's going to have the Cardinals 1st down by a good couple of yards as they get 3.
on 4th and inches.
I think they're going to have to be more creative here on the back end with the types of coverages they show this quarterback. Change the look pre-snap to post-snap. Mix in zone, mix in man. They've got to make it more challenging on the quarterback going forward.
And good blocking up front. Paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. We get a stoppage for interference. Flag train staff looking at him. So steps in. Motion man, sent right. They'll run first carry of the game for Trey Benson. He'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Just watch the speed of the pursuit out of this safety on this tackle, Mike. His ability to play from depth and attack the line of scrimmage and meet that ball carrier in the hole and keep him to no gain. You don't see a lot of safeties able to make that tackle in the open field. That's pretty impressive.
3rd and 2. Now Murray. Catch left side of the made by Higgins. And he's going to pick up the first down. He knew where the marker was and made sure he got it.
Now they're entering the area of the field, especially with the number of yards they've gained on this possession. It feels like the touchdown is critical. For the defense, settling for a field goal here, especially with the ball where it is, feels like a win.
Murray going to hand this to Benson. Not much there. Maybe a yard. Here's a 2nd and 9.
Be patient. Time to put some points on the scoreboard.
They'll go again with Benson. And he nearly got free. But as it is, gain of 6, and it sets up 3rd down.
What is this?
Out of the gun, it's Murray. It's to the end zone, but they can't connect. It's incomplete.
I like the idea of taking your shot there on 3rd down, pushing the ball downfield, looking for the touchdown. But now as it brings up 4th down, you're already this close. You're in field goal range, but do you keep that offense on the field and try to maintain possession and see if you can come away with 6?
Let's put 6 on the board, fellas.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Cardinals are able to get it back within a score.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
So Prater now, after the made field goal, back out to kick off. To return is Jermichael Hastings. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. Ramondre Stevenson and the Patriots getting set for their next drive. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins with 1st and 10. Receiver Gute. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. So these teams trade field goals in the 3rd as we come to the end of the quarter. Back with more after the break
You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Second down and 3. Close to a first down, up to the 34. This crowd into it now as we get to third down. Looks like a run for this. It's Stevenson. And that's going to be enough to move the chains. First down, up past the 35.
Nothing real fancy about this call here, Mike, right? In this third and short, just get the ball to your running back, make sure he has enough space to pick up the first down, and they're able to convert.
So, from the 36, it is first and 10. They'll go play action with May. That'll be complete to Gibson.
Great example of first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly second down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. Now here's a keeper on the zone read. And he'll have enough to move the chains. We'll take this forward for about 3 yards.
Sometimes, Mike, the best plan is also the simplest plan. And for this team, just snap the ball to your quarterback, let him find some daylight, and go get that first down himself.
First and 10. Carry now for Gibson. Not much. Second and long coming up. Stick with him again. And he'll pick his way forward. A gain of about 5. And that's going to set up third down. Off the play fake, it's May. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
So this is a part of the game that everybody works on, Mike. They call it 4-minute offense. You don't necessarily have to have 4 minutes on the clock, but the whole idea is we possess the ball late in the fourth quarter with the lead. The goal is we want to end the game with the ball. So that third down conversion is going to go a long way. Protect the ball, continue to pick up first downs. They do that. I don't even think their opponent sees the ball again.
And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
You could just see the frustration on the running back's face as he's getting helped up off the ground. Like, there was just nowhere to go from the moment he was handed the ball. Give credit to the defense. Great job.
It's the tight end, Henry, in motion. Off the play fake, here's May. Inside the 10, it is caught. And he's going to be taken down.
Big-time completion right there, and this isn't just a spot where they're trying to run the game out here in the fourth quarter. They were not only trying to pick up points, but they're trying to get in the end zone and extend this lead. So, really nice job here late. We'll see if they can put this one out of reach.
A run on first and goal. That's a nice pickup, bringing it down to the 3. Now here's second and goal. the shotgun. It's May. That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete.
That was a perfectly timed hit, and I think it actually saved 6 points, Mike. He got there just as the ball did, and I think it was the contact that separated him from the ball.
This defense holding tight. Now from the 3-yard line, they'll try to stop 3rd and goal. And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Kayshon Boutte. Touchdown, New England. Everything you want to do right there, Greg, in the 4th quarter. Get the ball with the lead and extend it to a 2-score advantage.
Yeah, and I think this just might end up being too much to overcome. You said it. Once you get a 2-score lead this late in the 4th quarter, there's just not enough possessions to be had to claw yourself back in it.
Out comes Sly for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Patriots will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. Following the touchdown, here's Sly to kick it away. Dortch now to return it. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The home team's offense, and Kyler Murray set to take over once again. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally one step ahead of the defense all game long. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. Working from the shotgun, it's Murray. That's caught over the middle, it's Wilson. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. Here's 2nd and 3 to go.
They can't stop us.
Working out of the gun, Murray. That's going to be intercepted. Picked off by the safety, Jabril Peppers. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
And at this point in the game, Mike, we all know one play can be the difference between winning and losing. And now after that poor throw, we'll see, can they capitalize on this extra possession that they just stole?
The Patriots offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. Eddie has been in control of this offense. Want to run you through some of the action from earlier on. You've got the 2 touchdown passes, over 200 passing yards. He has been excellent all game long.
Tight defense. Defense, make them feel it, baby.
An unbalanced look to the left here on 1st down. They'll work the middle this time with Stevenson. And he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. Here's a 2nd and 6. Here's Gibson. Finding space at the 15. And he'll be taken down.
And this running game has really been rolling, Mike, all game long. The holes, the run lanes, they've been there consistently. Here's another nice run as they look to put this game away.
Here's a chance to put this game away. First down and goal. Here's a run to the 5-yard line. Second and goal. Here comes the jet sweep. Right, close to the goal line, but they're going to mark him just short. Good job so far by the defense protecting the short field. Now it's third and goal. They go to throw. That is hot. What a job on the scramble. To Mario Douglas. Touchdown, Patriots. Greg, that's one of those scores where it's not completely over, but it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, Mike, I just think they're entering miracle stage right now, and I just don't think there's any coming back from this deficit.
Sly now for the point after. The kick is good, and the Pats are able to extend the lead. Following the touchdown, here's Sly to kick it away. On the return, it's Dallas. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The home team's offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And this defense has got to be at its wits' end trying to come up with a way to keep him contained. He's had so many opportunities to tuck it and go. And he's turned a number of those into big plays. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. Now it's Murray. That's caught by Harrison right side. He's taken down, but just shy of midfield.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
Right back to Harrison. He's got him again. 2 minutes remain in the fourth quarter. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. Second and 11. Murray will throw. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
A tough spot here. Third and long. They put Wilson in motion. On third down, Murray. He'll fire one deep for Harrison. He's got the finger right with him, and it's an interception. Picked off by Jonathan Jones. And the Patriots are going to take over at their own 30-yard line.
So all game, we've seen him take the approach as just being a game manager. But one thing you have to do, if that's the case, is you have to protect the ball. You can't turn the ball over, especially if you're struggling to push the ball downfield. He got a little reckless that time, and the defense made him pay.
The visitors' offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. And as we look back now, Greg, at how we got here, we got a ton of highlights of the offense so far. In particular, great passing.
Yeah, and if you want to score points in the NFL, Mike, there's no secret. You've got to do it primarily through the air, and with 3 touchdowns here so far, that's exactly what we've seen. It's been deep balls. It's been intermediate shots. It's been good run after catch. This has really been high-level offense on display right from the jump.
He'll start this drive by keeping it himself. And he'll be brought down at the 32 after a short pickup.
Nice job by the defense. They had that one well read from the beginning, Mike. Someone's responsible for the running back, but the key here is the defender responsible for the quarterback. Stays with him, keeps him to a short game.
Look him up on a 2nd down and 8. Using the jet sweep for the fake, they run it up the middle. He'll pop this ahead for about 4, but it will set up 3rd down. To throw now. Hey, he's got his man. Right side. It's complete. A gain there of 16 yards. 1st down, New England. So it's a road win here for the Patriots. They proved much the best in this one. Get a solid performance in all 3 phases of the game and ride that to victory. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone.